Shout out to Camo, Gemini, May, Nubia, and of course, Big Cap. very soon. Mic check 1 2. If my mic is clean, please type in the chat Mammies. One more time, if you guys can hear what I'm saying and I'm coming out crisp and clean, just type Mammies. All right, let's get this party started.
Who was under the 4-year-old child, who was under the supervision of a swimming coach who would not allow parents to watch the training, who had these ridiculous rules to eliminate transparency. That 4-year-old died. We covered it. She was not charged. We called for charges as soon as this story became public, as soon as we knew about it. But there's an update. That swimming coach has been charged. This was in Burke County. Let's put up the picture full mask. You're looking at a very sad situation. Burke County, Georgia, a swimming instructor has now been issued a warrant for her arrest for the drowning death of a 4-year-old under her care. Lexi Tunison has been charged with the June 14th, 2022 drowning of 4-year-old Israel Izzy Scott, who was under her care while taking swimming lessons. Now, I'm going to show you how the cover-up started, how the authorities refused to do exactly what they are commissioned and sworn to do. And if it had not been for the outcry from the mother, local media, and people like you, this woman would have never faced the consequences of her negligence and crime. Here's the recap of the tragedy. So Israel was one of 10 children attending lessons being provided by the swimming coach. That day at a home in Hezbollah, according to police. This is a police report obtained by People. She told police she allowed the kids to take a lap across the pool in the shallow end, even encouraging them to put their heads underwater as much as they could, the document states. Israel, the 4-year-old, somehow ended up in the deep end just as the lesson was coming to a close, police said in the report. Now, keep in mind, somehow got into the deep end. Somehow is on the police report. So the instructor and the other students had already gotten out of the pool by that point, according to the narrative. She told police she did not notice the child was missing until her granddaughter, who was about to pull out the pool vacuum, noticed his limp body at the bottom of the pool.
I didn't see any of this in I didn't see any of this, in the red pill system. Not one. Not one concerned about their own young brethren whatsoever. I got some more for you.
Times in one jurisdiction, one black man pulled over more than 70 times in one jurisdiction. I kid you not, this is just insanity. Let's put up the picture of this black male in Massachusetts. He is now suing the police department, the Worcester Police Department, for racial profiling after allegedly being pulled over more than 70 times in the past 8 years. TJ Judy says he has been suspected of stealing cars. He has been suspected of selling drugs before even being apprehended with a warrant. The report says he was pulled over in 2021 for not updating his new car color on his registration. I need you to understand how petty that is. He got his car painted, okay? He did not inform registration that his car was painted. So they went ahead and, threw the book at him. There's more. However, by law, he wasn't required to. But instead, Judy was charged with disorderly conduct and interfering with a police officer after an intense exchange. They're wrong on the law. He knows they're wrong on the law. There's an argument. Well, let's lock him up for arguing with us.
This is really common, very common. In fact, I would say when black men go to jail, the minor avoiding the law offenses would be the number one. I mean, arguing with an officer, cuffs, the whole bit.
How dare he? I feel like every single time, he says, even if I'm not driving and I make eye contact or an officer sees my dreads or sees I'm black, they're going to come after me. I just know whenever they're coming now, I just have my phone ready to record, he told GBH. Keep in mind, that's part of the reason for this kind of massive intimidation. The man is saying he's afraid to look them in the eye. Remember, there was a time you could not look a white man in the eye. And whoa, if you look at a white woman at all. You see, this is the permeation of that. Once again, contextualized in Massachusetts in this jurisdiction. I got more. Massachusetts has long been suspected of engaging in discriminatory activity against Black and brown people. Just last year, the Department of Justice launched an investigation into claims of excessive force and racially biased policing. A statewide study from the Massachusetts Executive Office of Public Safety and Security found no evidence to suggest Black drivers are more likely to get pulled over. The bulk of their methodology came from a veil of darkness analysis, which concluded non-white drivers were less likely to be stopped by police, but during the day when an officer could determine their race. The previous studies that found Black drivers were in fact more likely to be stopped or have their vehicle searched were practically disregarded. According to GBH, the city of Worcester paid up to $5 million to settle lawsuits alleging false arrest and excessive force since 2006. Okay, that should defund the police right there. You see, police don't mind when the police defund each other. Typically, conservatives are not concerned when the police are defunding the police. But when there's a rally, press conference, I don't know, maybe even a social media post that says hashtag defund the police, all of a sudden, conservatives go wild. You see, defunding the police doesn't mean to eliminate the policing budget. It simply means to reprioritize it, to actually fight real crime. Do you think pulling over people in this manner, creating lawsuits after lawsuits, do you really think that's giving you a win in that local community?
There's more, but we're gonna stop right there. I don't know about you, but I don't see my point is this: I don't see the red pill system fighting against these atrocities right here. I don't see them. I don't see it. I don't see it. Camo, do you see any of this happening in the red pill?
No.
I don't see, but you know what I do see? I see this.
Okay, we can hit 200. Y'all like the video? Share the video. I appreciate you guys so much for pulling up with us. Shout out to you, Clarence, for becoming a gentleman.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mammy number 1, Danica Marie.
Let's dive into this, you guys. Now, on my platform, y'all already know we have no problem with our brothers going out and living their damn lives, especially considering the fact that so many of you guys have been tolerating for so long a lot of the disrespect, the dysfunction, the chaos, the unruliness, if you will. You guys have been doing that for years, right? And so I find it to be extremely disrespectful to you guys when you do start to branch out and say, you know what? I want to see what else is out there. I want to explore different options, or I just want to go and live my damn life, right? But see, here's the thing, you guys. Black men were supposed.
By the way, Camo, if you get irritated or want to make a point, just tell me to pause.
I mean, I'm just listening because I stay away from like the Mammy channels because it's very triggering. So I'm just listening to them. Like I really, it's to me it's like pointless because I already know what they're doing. I don't believe that they actually believe any of the stuff that they say. They just doing this for money. Like, so true. It's fine, you can play it.
Supposed to be the good little boys, right? Here's the thing, you guys. This is what's going on, okay? Black men are supposed to be the good little boys that just shut up, ate their food, and tolerated whatever treatment that they were getting, especially as it pertains to relationships, women, living their lives, doing what they deem to be suitable for them, enjoyable for them. You guys were just supposed to sit there and tolerate while everybody else around you got to do what the hell they wanted to do when they wanted to do it, right? Because again, you guys were supposed to be and are supposed to be the how can I put this?
I guess she calls, getting a job and going to work, well, you guys have to do what you have to do. I don't get this conversation here.
Yeah, I don't know what she's talking about. Like, I think that's why I said, like, she's just talking at this point. She doesn't know what she's talking about.
Everlasting backup boys. All right. The everlasting backup plans. You were never, ever supposed to find your own quote unquote value.
She can't even look in the camera herself.
You were never supposed to go out there and find your own self-worth and demand and expect more. The moment that you guys did that is the moment that, again, you have all of these different publications, all these different females, cultures, like countries, now they want to get at you guys and come down you guys' throats because it's like, oh my God, black men are let me go ahead and say what
it's the, what's funny to me is that it's the same abroad as it is here. I mean, we're acting up. We're acting up. I mean, they didn't, it's like black men black men have been traveling for a long time, as you know. So
I don't know what's wrong with them. Like, where did they get this stuff from? It's so weird. Like, to hear them say this stuff, it's like yesterday, like all of a sudden they just all the black men had a meeting and said, let's get a passport. I don't understand. It's like black men been traveling for a long time.
Right. Exactly. And it's like, the funny thing is that she doesn't realize that they're not being stuck for getting a passport.
Right.
Nobody said, oh no, don't get a passport. Most women have passports. So it's as if she's ignoring the obvious. She saw what this dude did.
She's talking to the same men that's been on YouTube for like 10 years. Like, the men that's in her crowd are not traveling, going anywhere.
No, they're not. If they were, they wouldn't be on YouTube. They'd be in YouTube. They'd be the ones be doing the recording.
What it is. Black men are taking their powers back. That's a threat. You guys have to really understand what's at play here. It is not something that should just be looked at with a surface level view. This goes much deeper than, oh my gosh, we have to protect these other women from being exploited. And oh my gosh, black men are doing this and that and the third, as far as, traffic, y'all know what it is. Don't get it twisted. Y'all know we got to be careful what we say. That is not what it is, you guys. The biggest threat and the underlying message behind all of this and why you guys are being attacked and shamed for traveling.
Black men are the worst enemy of black men. That's the problem.
For going out there and explore different options. The biggest reason why this is happening is because you are establishing some level of power. That's what the true T is.
Wait a minute. What power are they establishing? I don't get it. I'm trying to think of what more getting a. I got an oil change. Do I have more power because of that? What's a passport doing for them?
Again, for years. Hold on, you guys. For years, right? You've had all of these different groups of men, women, the whole nine, doing what the hell they wanted to do when they wanted to do it. Nobody said anything. white men travel for sex. You know, Asian.
She didn't. It sounds like to me she wasn't. She didn't rehearse this or whatever she does usually or whatever, because this is kind of sloppy if you ask me. I mean, I'm trying to get to the point of what she's talking about, but she's all over the place.
Men travel like everybody does.
Hey, it happens to me too, but I just noticing it.
They're trying to claim you guys are doing, and they've been doing it maybe longer than you, but all of a sudden, Black men have to be the poster child and the face of it. Why? Because again, you're not supposed to be able to explore different options. You're not supposed to be able to establish any sense of power.
No, that's not it. I mean, you're talking about, as I pointed out with those earlier videos, you guys aren't worried about, a man's seed being drowned or a man being, harassed 60 times. In fact, a bunch of these guys voted for those very same people who wanted that man harassed 60 times by the police. So now you're using this as an excuse.
You're not supposed to be able to do what you want to do and explore anything different. You get what we give you. And just to
know who's saying that? It ain't Black women. So what's your point?
I'll it home a little bit more. Let me go ahead and say this. Black women have been traveling. Black women.
No shit.
Have been out here trying to see what different teens are like for years, decades.
Now this is some bullshit, but okay.
They act like somebody is stopping. It's like they live in a world of in their own head. Like no one is stopping everyone has the same rights to do everything here. You just don't have a right to go over people's country and act crazy and do whatever you want to do. The same laws that applies to Brad applies to you too, and anybody else. So who is I really feel like they have like this romance with slavery and like segregation, because they really like talk like we still live in a time where somebody is stopping them from going somewhere, as if they have to walk on the other side of the street when a white man walk by or something. I don't get it.
Yeah, I agree. It's like it's almost as if she's trying to say they have the men have less rights than they do.
Yeah, I really don't get it. To be honest with you, like this whole passport bro thing, I'm gonna be honest with you. Austin would have got way more attention if he was a white man and this happened. If feminists got involved with him and he was white and he was a YouTuber and all that, he would have been demonized way more than what he was, because they are the face of sex tourism or whatever. So to say that like, oh, it's almost like this thing, oh, when white women deal it, nobody said nothing. They always said something about them. That's why this is a big deal, because it's always been them. It wasn't Black men, being the face of sex tourism. It was always white men. That's how we know that they were doing it. Like I don't get it.
Are we the poster children in the face of exploiting these other cultures of men and going out? Are we being demonized for doing? Hell no. So why is it that Black men?
Because black women don't run amok. They don't run amok. They do what well-to-do Black men do, which is not bother anybody. I mean, Black women, I'm 99% sure, are not going to the red light district looking for hoes. If you want to do it, fine, but good luck.
Are being shamed and ridiculed for doing the same shit that everybody's been doing.
She's so.
And let me go ahead and say this, because I gotta make this clear and drive this home too. I'm really irritated by this, y'all. We can hit 300. I'm really irritated. I'm like, what?
No. This is what did Peso call it? Tanya Tico. This is all here. She doesn't care. She doesn't
It's
care.
just so bad. Like this is really bad when anybody can just get a mic and just say all this stuff right here and like profit off of it, and no one says anything or thinks that this is like weird. Like I would think that men themselves would be like, yeah, this is a bit much.
Yeah.
Like we know we full of shit, so why is this woman over here, feeding into the bullshit? It's just weird to me.
Yeah, and it's funny because they're gonna. I'm waiting for them super chats to kick in.
I feel like
how you felt a lot of the brothers.
I feel the same way, DJ Torch. The way that you felt today, when you were just like fuck everything, like I feel the same way. It's just it's such a tiring thing. I think about it, and when Destiny Channel, it was a comment of a white woman saying that she always wondered why she would hear black men say all these horrible things about black women, and then she'd hear songs like Angie Stone's, I think it was like Black Strong, whatever, Black Man, whatever. And she didn't understand it or whatever. So when I hear these same things, it's kind of like with today's live being like 8 hours about trying to understand how to deal with black men and help them. And then they had to know that black men also have 8-hour lives, and mammies always have 8-hour lives of how to hate black women. It's just really counterproductive to me.
Exactly. I'm going to break off for 1 second to show this right here.
Okay.
Will help them in solving their murder. So a 39-year-old shot and killed, and now deputies are hoping someone knows something about who the shooter is.
Deputies said it happened outside a restaurant last month along South Boulevard near the intersection of US 441 and Sand Lake Road in Orlando. News 6's Lauren Cervantes is following this story for us live tonight. And Lauren, you spoke with the owner of the restaurant who the victim came out of.
Yeah, I spoke with the owner, and he says he's concerned because the shooting happened in the parking lot just outside of his restaurant. And it's this security camera right here that caught two individuals that deputies are now asking for your help identifying. And in that video, they were seen at one point behind these bushes and then in this parking lot.
I'm a family member. I'm a Haitian. The guy who was shot, he gets shot and killed.
Oh, man. He's a handsome young man, well-dressed.
Haitian is my blood.
Dorelis Pierre, owner of La Belle Caribbean Restaurant, commenting on the death of Edson Faustin, who deputies say was shot in the parking lot after walking out of Pierre's restaurant. The Orange County Sheriff's Office is putting out this security camera footage in the hopes someone can identify two people caught on camera.
I would like to ask the Red Pill community, where was the outrage on this man who lost his life? I know what the answer is. You don't know. You're more important. You're more concerned with this.
On my platform that are going to different countries to find love, find relationships, just find somebody that is compatible and complementary to them as men. And they are finding that they are establishing some sense of stability and security with other women, and they are having if not marriage with these women, but at the very least long-term committed respectable relationships, loving relationships with these other groups of women, right?
So where are they? Because none of the people that the main people that's the loudest are having these relationships. So where are they? We know that they are expats in different parts of the world, because we also know that black people have been traveling for a very long time, especially during segregation when they didn't want to deal with Jim Crow, laws. Like black people was moving to all parts of the world, even to Russia. But where is this in this passport bro movement? I don't see it. So what is she talking about?
I think she's just talking out the side of her neck, but hey.
to, again, seek that love that they've been missing, seek that compatibility that they've been missing. Whatever the case is, you have that on my platform. And again, salute to y'all. But there could also be Black men out there to where, hey, maybe I do just want to see what another bitch is like. Excuse my language, but this is the narrative that they trying to paint of y'all. Like, oh, they're just going out there.
She the one that just said it, but what narrative is she talking about?
These women.
She the one that just said bitches.
Wait, say that again.
So, like, she just said, I want to see what other bitches is like. Is that what she just said?
Yeah.
So who paint what narrative? Because you just said that out of your own ratchet mouth. So what is she talking about? So exactly. Does her character slip?
I think she was trying to make a point, like, this is what they think that you're saying all the time, which unfortunately for many men, in fact, let me go to this one. Remember this? Let me make this clear. This is what she's trying to say they do not do.
Down to business. You know, if you guys want to see my intro, I did the intro on my last video about a couple hours ago. I started live early, but then I had to do something. So I'm going to start all the way back from the beginning. We had about 100 people in the chat prior to that. So I do apologize if you guys are returning. I left you hanging. So I do apologize for that. But, you know, this is life. So I had to stop the live and hey, I'm a trooper. I came back because we're going to do this live. Oh, yeah. But this is how it starts off. Mr. Grimy, sleazy, pathetic, no good, trashy, despicable, disgusting, big boss, real talk. A YouTuber on YouTube. And
let me repeat, this is, let me go back over here.
Compatible and complementary to them as men, and they are finding that they are establishing some sense of stability and security with other women, and they are having if not marriage with these women, but at the very least long-term committed respectable relationships, loving relationships with these other groups of women, right? So a lot of men are going out there to, again, seek that love that they've been missing, seek that compatibility that they've been missing. Whatever the case is, you have that on my platform. And again, salute to y'all. But there could also be Black men out there to where, hey, maybe I do just want to see what another bitch is like. Excuse my language, but this is the narrative that they trying to paint of y'all. Like, oh, they're just going out there to, you know, just bang these women. How dare these Black men?
So what I'm saying is that when she said that statement, that was her own words saying that this is what she's saying. Black men is saying, which I get it, but you try to clean yourself up and then blame Black women like, oh, but this is the narrative they painted of you. No, you said Black men are saying, I want to experience what another bitch is like. That's what you said.
I've never heard any, and we're there, and I would say that the Peso group is the strongest against this kind of crap, and I've never heard any woman in there say that. Never. So yeah, you're right. She's putting too much on it. She's trying to make stuff up that no one ever said.
Right.
That's what everybody's been doing. But hey, we're gonna leave that. We're gonna park that skirt. Even if that is what Black men want to go and explore different options, even if that is the main reason why Black men are going to get passports and fly overseas, that's their fucking business.
Hold on for a second, because I think there's some misunderstanding. Big Cap, her statement could be true, but don't say that this is what Black women are thinking. You just said that. You said that yourself. Don't say that this is what Black women are trying to say when you're saying men are. She's speaking for Black men, saying Black men is saying I want to experience a different kind of bitch, and then she said, "Excuse my language," but this is the narrative that Black women are saying are are trying to paint for you. That makes no sense. What you did was just show that you have a nasty mouth, and you try to cover it up like everything else they do and blame Black women, even for something that small of a detail. You said that out your mouth.
All right. Before we get started back in here, I want to say some shout outs. Nubia's in the house. Big Cap's in the house. Juju's in the house. We have Gemini in the house. We have Strum in the house. We have Marquis in the house. Henry's in the house. We have JM in the house. We have Tam in the house. JP's in the house. Cassandra's in the house. We have, let's see what else. Oh, Venus is in the house. We have Siobhan in the house. We have May in the house. Lily's in the house. I think that's everybody. No, we got more. Spicy's in the house. If I miss anybody, I'm sorry. This chat's been popping hard. Keep it up, though. Keep it up. I love it. I love it.
I mean, these women, this whole like dig or whatever that they got going on, it's just so pathetic because Black women have nothing to do with where anybody goes at all. No one, there is no chain of Black women standing in front of a airport locking arms and saying that you can't go wherever you want to go. The only thing that we have asked is if you leave us alone, leave us out of it. Stop trying to make this as a thing about Black women because it's not. If this is your own thing as a man, then accept your own shit and move on. If you want to go around to countries that is known for sex tourism, that is your business. Don't bring Black women into it.
Exactly that. Couple more shouts out. We have Andre in the house. We have Maya in the house. We have Southern Belle in the house. Here we go.
Professed Passport Bro, one of Austin Holloman's biggest fans, biggest friends in this Passport Bro community, was in Brazil. Oh yeah, he was in Brazil. And you know, when they go to Brazil, they looking for a cheap thrill. And that's what he was there for a cheap thrill. He was sitting in Starbucks.
Now the point, Peso hit it right on the point from what we were talking about. This is what Danique is trying to say that women are saying about men, but trying to make it sound like it ain't true. That's it. If you see, I know it's hard for me to follow. It's been a long weekend for me, so I'm hard to follow this weekend. But basically,
so JM, for your information, I've visited many countries, and I've lived the majority of my adult life outside of these countries. And in fact, I've visited countries that they can't even afford to go to. And no, I would never want to go to nobody else's trap or nobody else's hood. Where's the prostitutes and whores walking up and down the street? I have no interest for that at all. To answer your question.
All right.
Starbucks, having his morning coffee and his grilled cheese. I didn't even know Starbucks made grilled cheese, and that's a new one on me. Having his coffee and grilled cheese sandwich, and starting his day because after he gets his coffee and grilled cheese sandwich, he's gonna go over to the casa and smash. These guys wake up early in the morning and go to Starbucks and have their grilled cheese sandwiches so that they can go to the casa and smash. Can you believe that? I mean, wake up early instead of going to see some sights or something, and maybe later on, when it gets a little dark, you go over to the casa and get you a little hooker coochie, cheap hooker coochie. Now, I mean, they wake up like it's a job. Wake up, go to Starbucks, get your grilled cheese sandwich, and then head right over to the whole house.
I'm sorry, but this is a trip. I mean, it's like you are so sexually obsessed that you have to literally on your vacation want to get up and look for sex immediately. This is like right off the bat, and not like trying to find. options or anything. You're looking to have sex. You eat at 9, you want sex at 10.
You can't make this stuff up. You cannot make this stuff up. These guys get their morning coffee, get a grilled cheese sandwich, and they ready to go over to the hookah house. Well, as Mr. Boss was eating his grilled cheese sandwich and drinking his morning cup of joe, he ran into what he thought was a hoe. She was homeless, that is. A homeless Afro-Brazilian, down on her luck. You know,
by the way, let me make this clear. If you want to see the full version and other versions of this incident, please go to the Peso Man channel.
And I don't, what she was doing was kind of smart. She was probably in a tourist area, you know, asking for some change, you know, hustling up her a couple of dollars so she could eat. And, you know,
so basically this is a homeless woman who's just extremely down on her luck in Brazil.
Because, you know, there's some rich people in Brazil, but there's some very poor people as well. You know, so she was out there hustling, doing her thing, you know, trying to shake a little chicken wing, trying to scrounge up a few dollars.
And let me break this down to you. I thought about this. Most pros are not up at 10 a.m. in the morning. And I know that somebody would probably want to argue that, hey, well, she's just a pro. She's not what, you know, she's not homeless. Homeless people are up early in the morning because they're hungry. Pros are still asleep from the long night before. Let's keep that in mind.
So she was in the tourist district because she thinks that, you know, guys in the tourist district, you know, they have a couple of little dollars to spend, you know, to you know, give out or whatever. She's out there panhandling, you know, trying to scrounge up some money for her and her kids, maybe. So she goes over to the tourist district. That's a smart move. Very smart move, if you ask me. You know, that's where I would be, in the tourist district asking. And let me say this. I remember I was in a tourist district in a country one time, and a white man walked up to me, down and out, asking for some money. A white man asked me down and out, gave me a sob story of how he was down and out. He had spent all his money and yada, yada, yada. So I don't see nothing wrong with going to a tourist district if you're down and out, you know, asking for a couple of dollars so you can get on your feet. But I've done this plenty of times. I've been in an area where women have come up to me and asked me, you know, I've had women come up to me and ask me, you know, they needed bus fare to go somewhere. I'm not bus fare. They needed transportation money because they were stuck somewhere or blah, blah, blah. And I gave them the money and I told them to go ahead on.
You won't leave me alone. I'm telling you no. I'm trying to enjoy my coffee and my grilled cheese and the Wi-Fi. I'm trying.
Look at him. He talking about he trying to enjoy his grilled cheese and his Wi-Fi and his cup of coffee. When this young lady's walking by him asking him, can you spare a couple of coins? Can you spare a couple of coins? That's all he was at. That's all she was asking.
Torch, I'll be right back, okay?
Can you spare a couple of coins? All he had to do was buy the young lady a grilled cheese sandwich and a cup of joe and send her on her way. He bought him one. No, he over there in Brazil looking for a cheap thrill when he had this young lady right here asking him, can he spare a couple of dollars. But now he wanted to make her holler. Let's continue.
Trying to tell you no, you still just on me begging for money. If I had something small, I would have. I'm not busting out nothing big.
That's all right.
That's her. So look how she look. Look how she look. Look how she look. That's her.
That made me throw up, man.
And then you heard what he said. He said he ain't gonna bust out no big bills. You didn't have to bust out a big bill, you goofy. All you had to do was ask the waitress, say, could you please break this bill for me? If it's 100, she could have broke it down into 20s, 5 20s, or whatever. Can you break, or better yet, what I would have said was, sweetheart, can you break this down to me? Because I want to give this young lady some money. And the waitress would have known what to do. She would have went back, broke that bill down, and then she would have brought him the change, and then he could have gave that woman some money. But he wasn't thinking like that. He was thinking like a sadistic predator. That's what he was thinking. He had predator written all over his face. Or going over to these countries, taking advantage of women before they even release. That might take a day or two. So, you know, I get shadow banned and all this stuff.
The audio, whatever the hell I was saying. I don't remember what I was saying, whatever I was saying.
All right, I think I got the audio. Can y'all hear that?
Like everybody else has been doing. Once again, it's like, this is what irritates me. They try to make it seem like Black men are not grown-ass men. Once again, you're supposed to be good little boys. You stay in your place. If we forbid you to do something, we don't like you to do something, you don't do it. We will shame you into submission. That is what they are trying to do. That's what's supposed to been continuing to do this whole time. Because again, everybody's just so used to Black men, like, oh, okay, yes, a massa. To everybody, the world is yes, a massa to Black men.
There go the slave play.
Oh yeah, shame on me for going out there and want to explore different women and have fun and do what everybody else is.
I can't. I don't know if they can.
Yeah.
Like I said once before, these passport bros, they have no.
The room, hey, for the yoga session or whatnot, deal. You in the mother. I ain't turning nothing down on my collar. You seen what I had. You see, and you still ain't showed all the pictures of the ones I sent you. So you seen what I had. So I'm saying I had that. I had the nines and the tens and the dimes. Still got them. And guess what? This 4 or 5.
This is what I'm talking about. You see how delusional this man is, talking about he had the nines and the tens. He up there sleeping with prostitutes.
Has been doing for decades. Shame on me. Yeah, I'm such a bad little boy. Let me go and tuck my tail and just go tolerate some more disrespect. And let me just go ahead and be a good little boy and tuck my tail and that's bullshit. So even if Black men did want to do that, that is y'all's business as grown men. Men, you can't police you as far as what you want to go and explore and do. But I really do hate how they're trying to make that the focal point or the main objective of you guys traveling. Right? So, and I see y'all super chats. I appreciate it. I'll read them in a second. So, although you will have Black men out there exploring and traveling to find love or just to get a new piece of vagina, again, you grown as fuck. You can do what the fuck you want to do. But in addition to that, you guys are also going and exploring different options and visiting different countries and cultures and stuff because you guys have found some sense of quote unquote liberation in these different places, freedom in these different places, comfort in these different places, right? Financial stability and security in these different places. Good things that are good for your mental health, your physical health, your overall well-being. You guys are finding that in different places. And so I really do hate how they're just trying to blanket and paint all of y'all like, oh, y'all are just a bunch of horny little boys that never had different pieces of vagina before. And
You up there sleeping with prostitutes. You ain't pulling no nines and tens regular women. Oh, I got the nines and the tens. Yeah, you paying for them. They hookers. Guess what? I had them nines and tens right before you. Right before you came in, I'm walking out the door. While I'm walking out the door, you coming in.
so now you finally found out that, hey, if I get a passport, I'm gonna get me some cheap Brazilian vagina and I'm gonna be happily ever. That is not the goal. For some, sure. And shit, even if it was in the back of the majority of Black men's minds, like, yeah, I love that I'm able to enjoy a different culture. I am able to have certain freedoms and liberties, and I'm able to have my money stretched longer, and I'm able to have a more healthy environment, a more healthy mindset, the whole nine. And even in the back of your mind, it was like, yeah, and I still want to fuck these bitches too. That is your business. We can't.
There she go with fucking them bitches again. Torch, can you hear me? Can you hear me, DJ Torch?
Oh, my bad. My bad. Oh my God. I've been talking all this time too. Anyway, I guess my point is this. As you saw me going back and forth, I'm going to imagine I didn't say anything. That she's trying to paint a narrative which is ridiculous because she's saying it's your business. You can do what you want to do. But when you upload that shit, over to social media or YouTube, it's everybody's business and everybody has a right to talk shit just as much as everybody has a right to either keep it to themselves. Danica, that's why you failed here. Because you're ignoring the fact that how did we find out? How did we find out to the point that we started talking shit?
Can you hear me, DJ Torch?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, I just want to make sure. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. These men had the opportunity to be just keep it under wraps. They could have been, they could have just kept it to themselves, but what did they do? Not only did they upload videos of trying to seduce women, but they upload videos of them assaulting women, in my opinion. In my opinion, that's what I see. When you force somebody to do things they don't want to do, that's assault in my opinion. I'll let all the fancy dancy laws tell you all whatever else, but in my opinion, the way that man, the big boss treated that woman, that he admittedly said himself, that came out of his mouth himself, that was wrong. That was dead wrong. That was a borderline, that was borderline. Now, do black men get treated wrong? Oh, hell yeah. Oh, heck yeah. But I'll tell you one thing. I mean, in fact, if anything, fellas, this is a perfect example of what you don't want to do. If you're getting famous for the wrong reasons, you can't blame everybody else if it was you who made yourself famous for the wrong reasons.
And shame you for being a grown-ass man? How dare you? And this is really pissing me off.
Shaming them for being a grown-ass man. They're shaming them for being a grown-ass man and telling everybody about it and then doing some raw shit.
Oh. Again, so, other cultures, other groups, other races.
Real quick, I wanted to say this. So yesterday, was it yesterday? Yeah, Big Truck. When I asked him about these, because I asked him, I said, why do you get upset for women about black women who make response videos to you, saying negative things about them? And he said, well, And initially I said, like, why do you, if you want to leave and you completely left Black women alone, why do you make videos trying to make Black women respond? And he said it's because of money. So I said, so so why do you act like you don't understand why women are responding when you're doing this purposely so that you can make money? And he said, well, you get a check on the 21st. So I also asked him, I said, so what do you think that Black women should do? Basically just let you say anything and just don't respond. And he said, yes. So I said, well, shouldn't Black women be able to get a check on the 21st by responding to you talking about them negatively? Since it's okay for you to use Black women image to make money. So this is all about money. Because if you didn't want anybody to say anything about you, you would leave quietly and just separate yourself.
Exactly. Very well put.
Men and women have been doing the same thing, and that's their sole mission, right? How many Black men on my platform alone, right, come through like, yeah, the nigga, I just would like to experience what it's like to be with a woman to where she respects me, she honors me, she reciprocates, she pours back into me. Like, that is the sentiment of a lot of Black men on my platform alone. So it's like, no, I'm just not out here to just bang a bunch of bitches and, you know, get my lick back at these American Black women that did me dirty. Like, I found happiness and peace where I'm at. I can't wait to go back to Colombia, whatever the hell y'all going.
She's talking about a very small subset of Black men.
That is the overwhelming sentiment from a lot of you Black men out there. It's not, you know, I just want to go out there and bang these bitches. You know what I'm saying? Because they got fat asses. I heard them.
I had those same 9s and 10s. So you're not special. You know, they want to come down to a gorilla, ape.
Hey, y'all, while I'm doing the screen share, I can't see what y'all posting on the thing. Just take that in mind. I can't really see. My cell phone acting up. So, hold up, man. You did that wrong again. But let me put the audio on.
All right.
Screen
Yeah,
share.
that situation was crazy though. This situation was crazy, and I'll tell you about it after the what's the name.
If you can't see the screen, it says, yo, how many girls you hit down there? That don't mean like physically hit, like a punch. They mean basic smash. Hit means smash too.
All right, check it out, fellas. I'm try to blow it up a little. Y'all should be in here now.
Yo. This is Big Boss. I'm walking back from Starbucks. At my Starbucks. I was going to walk down to the Casa. I still might. But a benefit to sitting
Casa is a whorehouse.
on the Terrace, the patio at Starbucks, the walkabout, you don't really get begged too much, especially aggressively. But every now and again, some chica will come up and kind of beg you. And even though she's about a 5, I just slid her my phone. I'm like, check it out. If you want some money, what's up with the sexo? And I slid my phone, and she typed in 100. So I'm about to do the most. Right here. Hey.
That's what it is. Not. She just said that's not it, did she? And I just played that part where he was said exactly what she said. Wait a minute. I just showed you it was it from the main passport bro. If she wants to explain, make it sound like it's not what all black travelers are doing, that's fine. But as far as the passport bros are concerned, that's who they are. Don't try to sell the passport bros as some choir boys. You want to sell somebody who's a hardworking black man who travels wants to relax someplace, that's different. But don't try to say it's all passport bros. Women, okay. They don't do that. Women don't fly that far for ping, lady. And you know this. Trying to mix them in and trying to make it even Steven, like it's an even amount of women going out there to get sex. Women don't have to fly out there to get sex. Now they might fly out there and end up having sex, but they're not flying out there for sex. Passport bros, they're flying out there for sex.
A woman can literally walk out her front door and find at least 10 men on the same block that will be happy to go up to her house or apartment to go have sex with her.
Exactly.
And it could be the most, what somebody else would consider not the stereotypical standard of beauty of what they find to be the most attractive or even average, and even they can still have sex. And they also can have sex with attractive men.
True.
If you ever notice, the majority of the women on that show, My 600-Pound Life, have some type of husband or a man that's taking care of them. And majority of the time, they're not even bigger men or heavier men.
That's true. See, now she's trying to sell this notion that black women make it a priority to go travel and have sex. I mean, I understand that she's trying. She made enough of a point of it when she mentioned it. Now she's trying to sell it like women go have sex just as much as men abroad, and this is where it gets misleading and disgusting.
She could have easily being the woman representative of the MammieSphere, could have easily told them, just stop mentioning them and just do your thing. It could have been that simple.
Yeah.
Just leave them alone.
Right. You nailed it.
But she can't do that. You know why?
Hit me.
Because she has to get paid.
Exactly. She's not here to solve any problems. She's here to make money off the problems. Oh man, that's right. Shoot, I forgot to do that. Okay. I have to play that over. So
where the hell y'all going? That is the overwhelming sentiment from a lot of you black men out there. It's not, I just want to go out there and bang these bitches. You know what I'm saying? Because they got fat asses. I heard them Brazilian bitches is some freaks. And so I want to see what them cheeks like. I want to see what the cheeks on the freaks is like. That is not it. But
that's not it. Now let me make sure I do this right. Okay, I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna play this.
So Austin, in his video recently, said that he was I guess in the interview that Paisley Man played, said that
did you guys hear that?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
He said that in the interview, the man asked him about him switching up his content, and he said yes, he wants to switch up content, and he's had followers that asked him to to make content about other things such as the culture and those things. But he said himself that when he posts the women is when he get the most interaction and the most donations. So it's always going to be about the women.
Right.
And Austin, even if he was to say, okay, you know what, I found this girl and I'm going to get married, his following and will then also change or deplete because they don't want to see him get married. They want to see him run through women.
Right. They do. I bet his numbers would drop if he got married.
Did you guys hear that?
The audio, whatever the hell I was saying. I don't remember what I was saying, whatever I was saying.
All right, I think I got the audio. Can y'all hear that?
I can't. I don't know if they
You
can.
hear it?
Like I said once before, these passport bros, they have no heart. Ratchet Negro.
The audio, whatever the hell I was saying. I don't remember what I was saying, whatever I was saying.
Before they even release. That I bring receipt.
After, you know what? After exercise.
Now, hold on. Let me stop you in the middle of the story. Now, are you trying to walk in front of her like she ain't with you?
No, not really. Not. And so what happened at first? Well, she had to keep up. What happened at first when
Look at that. This woman, you know, she's just so happy. She thinks she's about to get some money. You know, she's so happy. And this is what I'm talking about. These women are so desperate that they're willing. Let me tell you that, you know, I'm not a woman, but I can empathize and I can put myself in the shoes of a person. Don't matter. I don't care if it's even an animal. I have empathy. And let me say this.
Long story short, he should have just gave the young lady some money and sent her on her way without sex. Just she's homeless. Just give her a little bit of money, send her on her way. And what dude did was cold-blooded. He literally.
What he said, DJ, was that he takes opportunity of everything that come his way. Like he has no discrimination. So every opportunity that he has to, with someone in this chat stated, and I quote, monger, he's going to take that opportunity. So even though he's in a country with they consider the most beautiful women in the world, that even some of them are regular women and a lot of them are pay for play, he still is going to take his opportunity with a woman who is defenseless, really, and homeless and hungry and possibly even have mental health issues.
Exactly.
Other people, men and women included, that is their sole mission. To go out there and see what the cheeks of them freaks is like. Right? Go out there and see what new pain is like. New pain on the scene. That's their sole mission. But nobody demonizes for that. Nobody shames. Oh, shame on these Black women for going overseas to see what the new pain on the scene is like. Oh my gosh, this is just.
So can you stop this real quick? DJ Torch. Somebody in the chat mentioned that she wants to be the Black pearly things, and that's very interesting because, you know, Black men push pearly things forward, and although I don't agree with either of them, but Danica being a Black woman, they could have easily pushed her forward into that position of wealth and fame as they did pearly things, but they think that little of her as well to not do that. So right. She's basically on this, you know, she's basically a lower level content creator saying the same things while also showing herself and making sure that she looks attractive and decent for them. But the big burly pearly things is who they actually pushed forward and made rich and famous.
Exactly.
And also that she's a white woman.
Right. And it's interesting how they made her super famous and not Danica, who's only got 145K subscribers. Don't get me wrong, that's nothing to laugh at. But compared to Pearly Things having 1.4 million, she should, I mean, really, quite honestly, Danica should look at that as a slap in the face. Because Black Men could have blown her up just as much.
So shameful. Let me sip my damn apple juice. Let me calm down. Links below, y'all. Guys, it goes way more deeper than just, oh, we have to protect these foreign women from being exploited. No, we have to keep Black men on a leash. Let's be clear. Y'all are.
Who's you? Obviously, Black women aren't keeping Black men on a leash. That's pretty clear.
Let's be clear, you guys. Oh,
I'm being clear. Black women are not keeping Black men on a leash.
So triggered by this. As your little big sister, and this ain't got shit to do with me. But I see what's happening to my brothers. Let me tell y'all something. I grew up with Black men, right? My father raised me. My brother was my best friend. Rest his soul. You know what I mean? I am married to straight up and down Black brother. This is a Black man. I'm with a Black man day in and day out. Black men raised me. Black men molded me. Black men love me, support me. Oh, even on my platform right now. So when you guys are being targeted or you guys are being ridiculed, I get triggered my damn self. I'm like, oh, those my brothers. I don't play about my brothers because my brothers don't play about me. Never have. So excuse me for my passion, but I feel as your little big sister and as a Black woman, especially.
Oh my God. This is where the mamming gets to a maximum level right here.
Considering that you guys don't get a lot of support from Black women.
Oh my God. This was a straight up lie right here, because what was that whole BLM thing about? It wasn't about Black women. Black women were getting shot by the police a lot, but it was mostly Black men. And I remember it was a bunch of Black women being in the streets, you know, and the protests and on TV. So this is where the horse shit really starts to hit the fan, in my opinion.
So you have the main voice right now, which is counter, you know, who is going against them, which is Cynthia G, right?
Right.
Cynthia G is one person. You have others, but they're really, I mean, I can't even really name one that's really on that level that you can say is, you know, competing with them. That's one person. I guarantee the entire MammieSphere have more Black women following them than all of Cynthia G followers.
Right. Exactly. I mean, this is capping, because I would like Danica to tell me which group of women have supported Black men the most. She looked funny right there, rolling her eyes.
You know, not in a genuine way. The only way you guys get genuine support is when, you know, they want your money or
what the hell?
That is not true. You know how many times I've seen in my own family that, like, you know, the Black women support the Black men time and time again. It's ridiculous. I don't know where these people getting this from. I see it time and time again. All these men get the support. These women are cooking for them, doing this for them, trying to get them jobs, assisting them with getting jobs, trying to hook them up with jobs. So what she's saying is complete lies.
Yeah, this is what what in the old days we called a bald-faced lie. It's simply that. There's not much more we can say. Some more shouts out.
Let me tell you something, and I never said, I told one person that I think it was Aya's story, and I'm not going to talk too much into it because it's very serious, but a very close relative of mine was suspected of deleting a Black woman, which was his girlfriend. And he had prior issues before. He had issues growing up, and he had issues with other women where he was abusive. But he was able to beat the case where they couldn't prove that it happened. Although they had fights, even the family, fought against it, and they just couldn't prove it. And my entire family supported him. We don't even discuss it. Like, we don't. And it's one of those things when it's a family member, it's very hard because you don't want to see your family member, especially somebody in your immediate family, go to prison or whatever. And he presents well. He presented well. On the outside, he looked like the perfect gentleman. And this young lady was more of like, kind of like the hood chick or whatever. He shouldn't have never, been dating her, but he chose those type of women for a reason, because he knew he can get away with what he was doing. And unfortunately, it led into to one of them no longer being here or whatever. So I've seen this firsthand, where is that the protection will come from the community and even the family, where he got away with this. I think about it. Me and some of my other family members, we talk about it or whatever. But it's still, when we don't talk about it as a family, it's like, oh, thank God that he didn't get in trouble and basically F this girl family. And her. It was no sympathy for her at all. Are you there, DJ Torch?
My bad. I forgot to say. Man, that mute button, I've been muting myself. I'm going to be arguing with myself. I was just saying right after what you said, that I think that a new saying for women to remember is that first they beat and then they delete. You shouldn't be there for either one, but at least you should know that if they put hands on you, that's over. That gig is over, unless they go to therapy or something and you want to hang through that, go for it. But for the most part, first they beat and then they delete.
This family member, he lived for me for a little while when I was stationed at home, and he would like sometimes disappear at night, basically. So this one particular day, I woke up and I saw him, and he had this like bandage on his arm, and I was like, "What happened to you?" And he was like, "Oh man, like I splashed myself on the fence." And I was like, "Okay," I didn't say nothing. Well, what ended up really happening was that he went to his baby mother's house, and he had a protective order, against him or whatever. Mm-hmm. So she was so afraid that immediately when she saw him, she stabbed him. And I never knew. I found out because she told me. Because she had been calling me, but I just didn't want to get involved in like the whole baby mama drama thing or whatever. But finally, when I spoke to her, she told me what happened, and then I put two and two together, and I was like, that's how he got that scar on his arm. Luckily, it's not lucky because it's not good for anybody to be deleted. She was able to make it out of the relationship, and the next girl didn't.
Dang.
But he was able to get away with it.
That's cold, man. I mean, and here
I was gonna say that sounds scary. You just said there. She stabbed him because she was so scared. That's scary.
That's how afraid of him that she was. Like immediately when she saw him, because what was happening was when he would not be, home at night. He's a grown man. Like I couldn't control that he was gone. But what it was is he would be stalking her, and he had been doing it for a while. So what he caught her outside the house, and I guess she felt cornered or whatever, and was like, before he could do anything to me, I'm gonna do something to him, and she stabbed him.
Dang.
So when you guys are being targeted or you guys are being ridiculed, I get triggered my damn self. I'm like, oh, those my brothers. I don't play about my brothers because my brothers don't play about me. Never have.
So this is my point with playing those videos earlier today. I've never seen her do anything where she tried to defend Black men against the police or other other social injustices. It's always been against Black women. It's kind of disgusting when you think about it, because she's making Black women the enemy. I can understand her maybe making a point about society, but she's already made one clear lie, which is that Black women don't support Black men, and that's the least. That's one of the least. I don't even think conservative white people would believe that. And they don't like either one of us. So for her to say this was sad. It's sad that she's willing to go down that far.
Oh, excuse me for my passion, but I feel as your little big sister and as a Black woman, especially considering that you guys don't get a lot of support from Black women, not in a genuine way.
Disgusting.
The only way you guys get genuine support is when
What she said was disgusting. I need to make sure that's clear so the people don't clip me.
they want your money, or they want your subscription and shit. But
she just told on herself. Did you hear what she said?
That's exactly what I'm saying. I just asked you, or that's what I asked you in the beginning. I caught on to this early, and I asked you, do she come in and out of character? Because it sounds like she does, and she tries to clean up her words afterwards.
Exactly, because I heard her say
she has character slip. It just slips, and then she pretty much tells on herself.
Exactly, because I heard her say the women be after your money, and then wait, no, let me not say. I'm gonna rewind it just a little bit.
Excuse me for my passion, but I feel as your little big sister and as a Black woman, especially considering that you guys don't get a lot of support from Black women, not in a genuine way. The only way you guys get genuine support is when they want your money, or they want your subscription and shit.
She said it right. They want your money. They want your subscription, right? The average Black woman is not trying to get a subscription, right? Who's trying to get a subscription, right? What does this say, right? Oh, let me take this bubble off right here. What does this button right here do? That's a subscription button, right? She told on herself. Man, she told on herself. She told on herself. She's trying to get your money. She's trying to get your subscription. This is very important. This is one of those little things. I gotta dig this back a little bit.
Hold on, Melissa, I think it was Melissa who said that. And she said exactly what I was thinking in my head, the Freudian slip. Right. And that's what she's doing.
Yeah. Melinda's in the house. Mr. Grinch is in the house. Juju's in the house. Anti's in the house. Welcome, everybody. Inner is in the house. Inner Life. I said Inner Life is in the house.
Anti, y'all come up here. This is supposed to be me and friends, not just me. We got one friend up here. We of course we got the host, but we need the girls.
Yeah.
And the boys and the guys.
Yeah. Everybody's welcome. It's still. If
you actually have a defense for this, then come up too.
Yeah. Bingo. Boom. So this is a trip. Okay, let me pull that back a little bit, because she slipped up bad.
A genuine way. The only way you guys get genuine support is when they want your money, or they want your subscription and shit. And again, this is not to try to make me seem like I'm just so much better, but
no,
especially considering that you guys don't get a lot of support from Black women, not in a genuine way. The only way you guys get genuine support is when they want your money, or they want your subscription and shit.
Red Pill Brothers, you heard her say it yourself. It's one more time.
women, especially considering that you guys don't get a lot of support from black women.
Hold on for a second, because we got a guest in here. I sleep with crackheads for a living. You say you're a passport bro male, so you gotta swim down here. You don't gotta swim down there. We want to hear from you too. You know, you come represent your set.
Yeah.
You know, because we're not saying, you know, what I don't understand is a lot of black men who say that they don't participate in degeneracy and travel that don't defend themselves. So I would think that you would want to come up and speak your piece.
You know who it looks like? I know it's probably.
Mo. He said a Mo. It's a Mo. I'm sorry. Correction. He said he's a passport bro Mo. Okay, so he basically he's incognito right now. Okay.
Yeah, Juju, welcome to the panel.
Hello. I actually it's crazy because I used to watch Danica Marie a little bit, but it's like listening to this, I'm like, come on, like she's going too far. Like, let's be real. We know even though what we see on YouTube, we know in real life how many black women's really holding black men down. Like, right. Come on.
So when I first came around to this area, I had subscribed because I didn't know who was who, MammieSphere, Mammies, and this is not. I didn't know, right? Because I was still, you know, you just see content creators, you know, black women that's talking, you know, and saying stuff. So you want to hear what they say. So I came upon Six the Goddess, and I saw her, and she was, you know, seemed like she, you know, she's an attractive woman, and she was saying some things. And then I realized that, you know, I started watching her. So I was like, what is she about? So she said she did consultations. So I went on her Facebook or whatever, and I paid $100. I said, I want to see what she's going to say. I want to see, right? She said she did consultations. She's a professional. I don't know what it was. I just wanted to see. Now it's $100, but I came from deployment and I had the money. So I was like, I want to see what kind of consultation these kind of people give. First of all, after I paid, she never contacted me. So I had to message her many times and say, look, you know, I don't know. I was polite and professional, and I was like, I don't know if you don't know this, but I paid you for a consultation. What you do when you pay for the consultation, you set up a schedule for the consultation, and she never contacted me. So I'm calling her, I'm getting in contact with her, and at the same time, I'm watching her content. And maybe a month, it had to be like a month later, she finally was like, oh, I didn't see it or whatever. And I was already like over it. I had already figured out what she was about. This is how serious these people is about what they're saying. You know, all these people who saying that they do consultations and all this other stuff. Now here was, I paid $100. I didn't even ask her for the money back. I didn't even ask like, oh, I want a refund or nothing. You know, I just wanted to really see what this consultation was, because I didn't see anything of substance that she was talking about. And I was like, what could she be giving consultations on? Like, I really wanted to understand, like, have this as an experiment. Like, what is it she's going to tell me? I'm not going to tell her about my travels and, you know, being in the military and all this other stuff. I wanted to hear what she had to say to single woman, which I'm not a single woman. But I wanted to hear what advice she had for single black women. And it took 30 days for this woman to contact me back. She had already probably, you know, spent my money already and everything.
Man.
Yes.
It's a pure hustle. It's a pure hustle.
You know, not in a genuine way. The only way you guys get genuine support is when, you know, they want your money, or, you know, they want to play about my brothers, because my brothers don't play about me, never have. So excuse me for my passion, but I feel as your little big sister and as a black woman, especially considering that you guys don't get a lot of support from black women, you know, not in a genuine way. The only way you guys get genuine support is when, you know, they want your money, or, you know, they want your subscription and shit. Like,
that this is the core of this whole thing. fellas, she just wants your money. She just wants your subscription. A woman who's at work, she ain't asking for nobody's subscription.
So Wu said, what did she say? I didn't give her an opportunity to say nothing because about 30 days later of me doing my own investigation of what this really was, because like I said, this was like Six to Goddess was my first, invitation into the MammieSphere, kind of like what was going on, and I kind of figured it out really quickly what was happening. And I think what happened was the first time I saw her, she had a video about she was going against some of the men in the MammieSphere, and the crazy thing was she was defending herself against these men after supporting them, and that they were basically going against her. I think it was Red Supreme or something that was going against her, and I didn't know at this time that she had a situation with Kevin Samuels and all this other stuff, and I guess they was making videos about her. So I'm thinking that she was against, Kevin Samuels, but the whole time she was a MammieSphere mammy. So basically, by the time she contacted me, I was already over it and had unsubscribed to her page. I didn't even ask her for like the money back or anything. Now I probably I should have got my $100 back, but at the time I wasn't really thinking because it wasn't really a lot of money to me. So I was like, well, whatever. Like I just see that she's a scammer. And if you don't believe me, what I will do is I will give DJ Torch my information and send him the information so that he can confirm. Because I did all this off of Facebook, so it has my true identity, and I don't want everybody to have that. But I will definitely give all the receipts to DJ Torch, and he can definitely confirm that I'm not lying to you.
No, I think everybody knows. I think that you're not the only one who's been scammed. I mean, Kevin Samuels scammed people, So I believe you. I mean, if you want to send me the receipts anyway, but I don't. I think everybody in this room knows you're right. I think all the fellas, in the MammieSphere think you're right. I know they probably run across some situation where they went to a mammy and got scammed somehow.
You know what DJ Torch is so crazy is that I can in that I can identify with the allure of the men, because initially when I saw Six, I was like, this is a beautiful Black woman, and she was saying some things, and she wasn't talking about Black women. She pretty much was trying to. It seemed as if she was giving Black women game or whatever, and that's what initially made me want to see who she was. I don't even know how I came upon her channel, but I just did. And just based off of the way that she presented herself, she seemed like a decent, respectable Black woman. And, especially with all of this talk of like how the MammieSphere it was, or all these things I was hearing about them calling Black women fat and unattractive. Now here you had this very attractive Black woman, and I think she was even like a model. And she seemed to be genuine and was trying to, give Black women tips on how to, pretty much upgrade themselves to attract the men that they want to attract. But I quickly realized it was all a scam. It was a scam.
Yeah, it's pretty much how they run it. This is the Mammy network. And the thing is that what it does is being a woman talking crap about women, these men will believe anything they say because they believe, well, she's a woman, so she's just giving, the same thing, the same advantage you see Uncle Tom's would get. They would say, well, I guess it must be true because he's Black and he's talking about his Black people real bad, but he's talking about them. And it seems to be that same vibe. It's that same thing where money is more important than who they are and where they came from. And
I was gonna say she is just like a sexy version of Crimson Cure. That's all she is. I don't see how people don't see these men. They get on this line. She's been doing this for years. She'll get on here and she'll dress up all sexy, and she'll have the camera get close to her, and then she'll try to tell these men like, oh, these women are this, these women are that.
They're
And she's
selling sex. That's what they're selling. They're selling and I don't want to say that because I don't want to exploit women, because women should be able to look beautiful and be attractive and sexy without being exploited. But she's selling the allure. You know, I seen one time, I guess her and Six the Goddess had teamed up, and they had like the thumbnail, and it looked just like a thumbnail to a soft porn, or something like that. So they know exactly what they're doing. They're selling sex. If you go into some of their and some in the comment section, or even like shorts, because shorts go out, and if people don't know you, they don't know who you are. You'll see more men commenting on how they look than what they're saying.
Right. Like she's hot or whatever, or will it look at those?
Yes.
Yeah.
And right now, if you look at Danica, she's everything that the MammieSphere speak against. She's everything that they speak against as far as makeup and hair and seductive clothing or whatever the case may be. But it's all just like with the Passport Bros lying, saying that, well, not all of them, because I don't think this is the thing. This is the bad thing about it is that they, instead of them separating themselves and like, I'm a man that travel, and then you have Passport Bros, you have men who travel and men who don't travel identified as Passport Bros. So you don't really know which is which. But the whole Passport Bros as a whole will say that they're not traveling for sex, while also making videos about traveling for sex.
Right.
So it's the same thing with the MammieSphere, where is that it's proof that they do look at her in a sexual manner, and really that's why they follow her or whatever. Crimson Cure is, I don't think that she's unattractive, but she's not showing much of anything or whatever. But she's saying what they want to hear. But I guarantee that Danica and somebody like Six the Goddess has more followers than Crimson Cure.
She sure does. She does. She does. That I checked out. Crimson Cure, she got actually passed up by a lot of these men, the mammies that look sexier per se. I think. And have you seen Crimson Cure lately? Because well, she's on another. She's on today's show. But Crimson Cure kind of she's putting up more sexier pictures herself. She got rid of them.
So let me say this real quick, DJ Torch, since this is my show. But so Obsidian had made a video pocket watching, as they say, pocket watching Cynthia G. And what he made a video saying was that he went into her, profile, like whatever you call it on YouTube, where you can see how much money people make. And it shows that Cynthia G makes well over 6 figures a year. And then he compared her to somebody like Crimson Cure. So he actually compared her to Crimson Cure, basically. And he was getting on the men of the MammieSphere and was like, this woman lost weight. She did all the things that y'all said that y'all wanted women to do, but y'all don't support her. Now here it is that Cynthia G supporters has made her all the way to a well over 6-figure woman. But this woman, and she doesn't have as many followers as the MammieSphere, but here it is, this woman that did everything that you said that you want Black women to do, and you don't even support her. And I'm gonna try to find a video and I'm gonna send it to you. The video might be well over a year old, but I'm pretty sure it's still on his channel. But he definitely made a video pocket watching Cynthia G and was like, y'all basically are fake. You're saying that you want this kind of woman, but here it is, you got her, and she put all of herself into you and everything that you say that you want, and you don't even support her.
Damn. Another clip. Security boss. Here we go.
When me and Mr. Boss came into the marriage, we were average earning people. We were what y'all may call 9-to-5ers. But Mr. Boss had a plan. He has always had a plan to be an entrepreneur. When he came into this marriage, well, when I came into the marriage, he was an entrepreneur and he was a God-fearing man. He knew that in his plan, it required a wife. He knew it. He knew it. He never thought of it as a single man's plan.
He needed another funding source, which is okay. That's fine. Let's keep
So
going.
real quick while you pause, somebody asked a question about Crimson Cure and why she's not married. So from my research is that Crimson Cure was married and she has children, and I believe her husband is deceased. I don't know what happened to him, but she's a widow. But the question should be, why is it that all the high value men that support her in the MammieSphere, why hasn't one of them married her yet?
Right. She's been around for at least, what, 5 years? It's been quite a while.
Now I want to give a disclaimer is that this was kind of rushed, although a couple of weeks have been, DJ Torch been working with me. I canceled on him a few times. And I felt like it was necessary to get this out the way because I'm actually more disgusted with the women of the MammieSphere than the actual men, because I'm not gonna say I can understand, but I can more understand why they're disgruntled being their place in the world. And we're talking MammieSphere Black men, not all Black men, but these men. But what I and I'm not gonna say I can't understand, because I can't. But the morality of it all is really, you're and I mean, what can I do? They found a niche to get wealthy, and they did it. Even in that video, Obsidian talked about the women that's coming up in the MammieSphere, which was a year ago. And he talked about how some of these women came into the space and in a short amount of time did so much more numbers than the men that was there. So I can only be but so upset with them, but because I'm a woman, my fight is more with them, because this is trash to another level. I know that I can go make another page and pander to MammieSphere men and make a substantial amount of money, but my morals and who I am would never allow me to do that and sleep well every night.
Hey y'all, how y'all doing tonight?
Hey, is that you,
Come
Maya?
on with the salty voice. Go ahead.
Oh no, I mean me a little shrimp. But May said, why isn't the Crimson Cure married? Because she's a loudmouth frog looking bitch.
Ooh.
And the reason why this lady right here hasn't popped, because she's old. She looks like she drives the school bus. She's old.
If I'm not mistaken, this woman right here, if I can remember, she bought this channel from another. Yes, she did. She bought this channel from Jamel, which is another MammieSphere guy who I don't want to say he turned on the MammieSphere, but he definitely is he always talk about the hoes is winning and why the MammieSphere is failing or whatever it case to be. He's a self-proclaimed pimp, and he's also a convicted offender of the S. And she bought her channel from him because he sold his channel. I remember when she did it, and it was so funny because one day, people didn't know and they thought it was a joke. And because I followed Taz, he covered it, and I remember seeing all the people, all of the followers, when they found out that this woman, even though she was a MammieSphere woman, they were so disappointed that this Black woman bought this channel.
And that's kind of crazy. She also bought the TLA's little YouTube course thing. She part of that group too.
what is the TLA? What is his name?
Sorry, the lead attorney.
Yes, the lead attorney. Okay.
He bought his class too. And
the sassiness of it all.
and
I
to
cannot.
Malia 1973 saying that's not nice for me calling what it is, girl, she gonna be yelling and being loudmouth to you. So let her have all the smoke. I cannot stand the Crimson Cure. I cannot stand her. Oh my God.
So if I can recall, I remember her saying that I believe her husband is this woman right here that we're speaking of is a MammieSphere man. So which automatically I guess turned her into a MammieSphere man. Like I'm on here all the time, and my husband wants nothing to do with this at all. Like he's very disgusted of what he sees because he lives in another world of other people who I guess don't think like this. So when he sees these men or whatever, he's very disgusted of it and he wants nothing to do with it. So he doesn't, I'm not gonna say he doesn't support me because it's not like as much, like we're on the same pages that they trash, but I'm just more vocal and I'm just more involved and this is my thing and the game is his thing or whatever he does or whatever. So with her husband, I think is the MammieSphere man. And she told the story of how she went to her husband was like, look, this channel is for sale and we can do this and that. And she, as married people do, she discussed with her husband to make a profit and she bought the channel.
But I don't
understand.
I
think she paid $5,000 for the channel.
That's stupid. I don't understand. Sorry, I'm laughing at the way I said that's stupid. And then gonna say I don't understand how that's supposed to work because if I'm looking for Torch and you buy his channel Camo, I'm gonna unsubscribe. I'm looking for the person who built the channel. It's probably better to build your audience organically. And I've heard people do that not just with YouTube, or I've heard people do that with Twitter and all type of stuff. So I don't really understand what's the point of buying it. I don't get it.
You know something, Maya? Since you hate her so bad, the Crimson Cure.
Can't stand her.
I think that's what I'm gonna say. Like I thought initially because my whole idea was that it was gonna start off and I was gonna tell you, who to play. Cause some of this, for some reason, the women for me is so much harder to watch than the men. Like the men I expected from them, and meaning the MammieSphere men. But when it comes to the women, like Crimson Cure is definitely the boogeyman underneath the bed when it comes to this. And I've heard her say some very crazy, horrible things. I've heard her say worse things about Black women than some of the men in the MammieSphere have said, openly, which is mean the leaders that have more attention on them or whatever, such as the Kevin Samuels and those or whatever. And there is something deep inside of her that's going on, or she just really needs the money.
She just really trying to get the money and a man, and it ain't gonna happen, sis. They don't want you. You're not it. You're not that girl. You're not cute. Because you can.
But she's a Muslim woman, and I would think that she either she's playing in Muslim or whatever, or she is. I don't know, because I would think that. Or it could be because she's so, like you said, loudmouth and vocal that some of those men don't want to deal with her.
Yeah,
some of the men in her own community.
I heard through the
she probably had a
grapevine.
pork sandwich this evening. She had a pork sandwich tonight for dinner.
I heard that she was like really, really broke. And that's when she started making videos. And when she first came on the scene, she was like really, really skinny and it looked like she didn't eat for days. And so it was a struggle for her to get like to where she's at now. But I heard that her husband died, her husband didn't leave her anything.
I believe it. He ran off with a white woman.
And then she's at somebody's house. It's not even her house. I think she's living with a friend or somebody, and they allowed her to use one room to do her videos.
Now, of course, my information of her husband and dad comes from the comment sections of MammieSphere bombs, that when women say, well, where is her husband? And they're like, well, her husband, she's a widow and he's deceased. So I just took it as maybe that's what it is. And that's why, she don't have a man or whatever.
She yelled at that man to death. Rest his soul.
I mean, from the way that she talks, as if she would have let a man do anything to her. So I mean, DJ Twitch, just let it play because let her speak for herself, and then we can, comment based off of it.
Cut your devices down, y'all. Cut your devices down.
Copy.
Hey, all my Crimsonites, and welcome to the Crimson Cure channel, where we
You can hear it, right?
embrace our femininity, increase our womanly values, and celebrate our brothers. So join me on our feminine journey to learn, heal, and grow. Hey there, my Crimsonites, and welcome to the Crimson Cure channel. I'm your host, femininity coach, and author of the Crimson Cure, and this is my perspective. So what I got for you is a continuation of the live stream that I actually did yesterday. We're going to get into these last couple of posts that this young lady posted. And because I'm kind of in a myth-busting mood too. And some of the myths that go around, we got to get a better understanding of why gynocrats, why a lot of Black women do the things they do and say the things that they say. We have to actually start looking at it from a deeper perspective instead of just saying, oh, they just like it, they just do this and do that, and not give it a second thought. We have to understand a problem properly before it can be solved in whatever way it's going to be solved. So this is why I'm titling it Why Black Women Love Pookies and Ray Rays, because the going narrative is that they just find them more attractive and that they don't find good men attractive. They don't find good qualities attractive in good men. And so therefore, they're not going to like good men, or they're not physically attracted to them. They're just attracted to what the men can do, or they're just attracted to the money that they may have, or the stability that the men can provide. That is not actually the case. That is just what hyenas say. That is just what gynocrats say. So what we have to do is start drawing a delineation between what they say.
Okay, stop this real quick so we can give definitions to what she's saying, because she's speaking in MammieSphereism language, and the hyenas is us Black women, which is also included her, and that's what they call us, hyenas.
The only thing cute about her is that mole on her face.
And that might even be true. It might be doo-doo from her eating a lot of MammieSphere eggs.
I believe you. And they ate pork too.
She definitely gives me like butter beans and pork neck bones with cornbread and possibly a Diet Coke just to,
wash it all down.
Wash it all down. I cannot stand her like calling us hyenas. Like I had to like literally block myself from her because she kept coming in my algorithm. How old is she? She is 85 years old. I'm just playing. She look good for 85 though. I ain't gonna hold
you know what's funny is that it's kind of like that. You could tell she's being fake because you heard her intro was all, oh yeah, we're here to celebrate our femininity and everything like that. But then she goes in, you know what I mean?
What does this have to do with femininity at all? Like if you really that's what I was trying to get into. That's how I personally found these mammies. I was trying to learn how to tap into my divine feminine, to tap into and they would just talk about men. I was like, what does this have to do with being a feminine woman? Being feminine doesn't have to do with men. It's our own personal energy. Like, if you want some good feminine content creators, Dr. Michelle, she's awesome. There's some white women that's doing it too. It doesn't have to be a Black thing. Like this, they're talking like you're women in there. There's no women watching you hoes. It's just niggas.
It's kind of like, to me, YouTube, especially like when it comes to the MammieSphere, it's kind of like a dating app like Tinder for sociopaths. And when I say that, if we was to say, we will use women because these men speak to women, right? A woman that's a sociopath who really doesn't have good intentions and just want to get men can easily watch this and change a few things about themselves, just like sociopaths and psychopaths on dating apps. When women say, I'm looking for a man that's this, and that, You already told him everything that you're looking for, so he can pretend like he's that. YouTube is that. I mean, the MammieSphere is that for women who mean them no good, and that's why they constantly run into women that's no good for them, because they give everything up. Like, well, I'm looking for a submissive and soft spoken and this is that and whatever. I can easily make myself out to be all those things and be really just trying to get in your pocket.
Yeah,
So
they are
there is no textbook to femininity.
Right. It's not.
No.
They say and what the reality is, because this mindset that a lot of Black women have undergone and are the victims of actually it contains a lot of lying, a lot of self-deception, a lot of manipulation of words, a lot of manipulation of image and appearance and all this other type of stuff. So we got to parse through all of that stuff, and we really should have the tools to do so. Since we over here in the Crimson Cure, we understand value systems. We understand all of these different concepts that really help us to see things clearly. And it actually helps us to heal if we need to heal. And it helps us to navigate life in a better, more concise way that is beneficial to us. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the posts. Okay. And so I'm going to read a couple of them and then we're going to talk about it, right? So here's the thing. I'm sorry. Let me start when she talks about emotion and logic. In this healing, I have to separate logic from emotion.
Quick.
Logically, I need to.
DJ Torch. I don't know who said. Oh, I know who said this. Another YouTube creator said this. Who be getting on their ass? And he said, whenever you hear somebody say, "This is the thing," you already know they're about to say some bullshit. And this is the YouTube creator that helped assisted in it and may have even caused the takedown of it's not Big Boss, but the other one, Roll the Tape YouTube channel. It was he said that. He said soon as because he was playing a video, and of course it was one of these MammieSphere bussies that was talking about here's the thing, or this is the thing. Whenever somebody say this is the thing is about to be some bullshit. So let's get into this bullshit. To continue on the path I'm on, because the men I've chosen weren't good for me. So until I do better by myself, I have to stay by myself. This is actually not entirely true. Let me put myself in here. This is actually not entirely true. Okay.
How you
because staying by yourself.
How you gonna say what's true for Kyra J? How you know what's true for her? You get on my day. I swear. Sorry.
No, it's okay because it's with her. It's a lot. And initially, when DJ Torch asked me to do this about and I chose the topic, the Mammies. The first thing that came to my mind was her. Like, I don't want to say the first and only, but the other ones to me don't really tick me the way that she do. Yeah. Because she's so vulgar and nasty with it, and what she does, she really has a hatred for Black women that, I was, more focused on her than anybody.
She is just so, we can't even get into it because she just triggers me from like the depths of my soul, and I try to get away from being triggered because my hands start to shake. You know what I mean?
She do like TikToks and like shorts, right? And like I spoke of before, like TikToks and shorts goes out to everybody. It reached more people. And you will even look in the comment section of Black women who you could tell they're not really involved in this. So they are really softer with her, where they give her that Black woman sympathy of like, oh sister, like it's not that, like you need help. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is deep. Like, you really need help. This is bad.
She need
you
a-
really don't have to think
She
like
need a
this to.
Pookie or a Ray Ray to dick her down. She need a Pookie or a Ray Ray to dick her down. That's what she needs.
Well, majority of, to me, from what the MammieSphere people speak of, is that I can tell that they're around men and women that are from the communities that they hate. So these are the men and women that they actually qualify for, but they feel like they should have something better. But they literally is in the same community as the Pookie and Ray Rays, as they are the Pookies and Ray Rays. But these are Pookies and Ray Rays that feel like they're different, meaning that they live in poverty. Because what they consider Pookie and Ray Rays is people who live in poverty, meaning that they too live in poverty, but they just don't participate, which some of them do or have in the past, but they don't participate in criminal activity. So they feel like they deserve a different kind of woman with a lower income. So they're upset that they can't get that. So even with a Crimson Cure, if she was around a different economic situation of a black man or any man, she wouldn't be doing this and feel this deeply about this.
They don't want her. She's just another.
Hey,
Another
yeah,
fake.
you said it. You said it.
She just a.
They don't want her.
And she's just another fake Muslim walking around Philadelphia.
Right.
West Philly, born and raised.
Or DC.
Oh,
whatever.
DC. Because that's where I'm from.
I'm from DC too.
Oh, hey, boo.
I'm from 14th Street.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm from PG, but yeah, you're right. I feel you though. I feel you. Like, ugh, she just. I want to punch her.
I just got an epiphany.
You need to go to Tiffany's.
Epiphany. I had an epiphany. Kevin Samuels, when you think about it, he was the Pookie.
Okay, we got Caribbean Casanova in here. Caribbean Casanova, you coming up to the panel?
He was a bougie Pookie and Ray Ray.
Yeah.
That's what you call these people. These are bougie Pookies and Ray Rays. And as you know, coming from where I come from, I'm from uptown, like where Howard is. So we have bougie blacks up there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's where I was raised at. You have the bougie blacks. Whereas that you have the South Side and some of PG County where the not bougie blacks live at or whatever. But when you come uptown, where like I'm an uptown girl. If anybody, DJ Torch know the song Uptown Girl.
You a
Uptown Girl. Yes, I'm an uptown girl. Which is because we live in the proximity of everybody, meaning that you cannot have much money, but your neighbor is a millionaire. Mm-hmm. That's just the way that it is. And we have the better resources, I guess you could say. And it's more diverse and you're exposed to more, compared to the other sides of DC and stuff like that. The White House is on 14th Street, if you can understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like if you was to say a New York person, what Manhattan would be. I guess you could say.
You more northwest instead of southwest and southeast.
I'm not southwest or southeast at all. No, I'm not. I'm not, girl. I'm not that.
No, I know you. I know you seeking the same. Girl, I'm sorry, Torch. I'm sorry.
No problem. But yeah, I just wanted to make that point that it's funny that they want to diss Pookies and Ray Rays, but if you look at Kevin Samuels' history, he was a Pookie and a Ray Ray. He just was. I mean, I'm not saying he was a horrible person. Some people might say that, but he definitely fit the Pookie and Ray Ray. I mean, the woman that he married, she dated down to him, remember? And the thing is that's the shame that Crimson Cure is trying to put on women is that, oh, you guys date down. You see what I'm saying? Kevin Samuels was dated down to. His wife made 3 times as much as he did. So this is where some of that hypocrisy starts to kick in.
Do you remember when Kevin Samuels' wife came out and said that he was making $200 a week?
I didn't see that. But I
definitely. I implore you to, I challenge you to research his wife when she came out talking about Kevin Samuels.
Wait, you guys keep talking. I'm gonna look it up right now. I'm gonna look it up.
$200 a week.
see what comes up.
I was making more than that working at McDonald's at 16 years old, and I could only work weekends.
Girl, tell me about that McDonald's check when, like, you know, especially being in DC, when, you know, for us, H&M and Forever 21 is not fashion. Like, for you to be fly, you had to be wearing high fashion. And I remember waiting 2 weeks trying to put a check together to get, like, some Versace jeans or something. Or whatever. Like, I had that McDonald's hustle in high school.
Right. Let's get back to this hassle.
Okay, got it.
For the sake of staying by yourself is not a path of healing. That's not actually what you need. You need to reevaluate why you make certain decisions. Being by yourself, trying to be abstinent, trying to distance yourself from the sex and from this and that, that's a start, but that is not the be all end all. That doesn't necessarily mean that your perspective is changing in such a way that's actually going to help you out and actually going to have you making better decisions in your life, especially as it pertains to men and dating and marriage choices. So that's actually flawed logic right there. And then she says, emotions say this doesn't feel good. Why can't you go back to the last guy?
My opinion is that that was 100% correct. Kira was right.
Yes, Casanova. Versace jeans off of a McDonald's check was wow. That's, you know, that's that Igga stuff or whatever. But you know, what can I do? I had to have it.
Emotions don't always have your best interest because they don't want you to feel pain. But sometimes you have to be sad for your long-term happiness goal, right? Now, that couples in with this. My long-term goal is marriage and more children, partnership and stability, right? Protection and support. So I have had to consciously choose to put my long-term goals over my temporary satisfaction. And it's key that she says temporary satisfaction. I'm going to need you guys to remember that. She says, so yeah, I'm lonely at the moment, but I'm not going to let that loneliness send me back to men that I've prayed my way from. To everyone reading this, keep doing the work. It's all going to work out for you. All right. So
wait, prayed or pride? Wow.
Can I ask you a question, DJ Torch? Because you know, I know you do a lot more. Like, I stay away from it. The Mammies upset me so bad that I can't have them in my algorithm. I just cannot do it. So I don't even try to see anything that they do. But have you ever heard her say anything nice about Black women?
No.
No.
Not one thing.
I've done the same thing. I had to like tell YouTube, please don't show me this page.
I'm gonna tell you how I get them out my algorithm. I started watching animal content or documentaries, and I watch it constantly or let it run constantly, and that's how I run them out of my algorithm. Peso Man does bring a lot. It is so irritating. Watching Peso Man does bring a lot of passport bro stuff or whatever. And I can kind of tolerate them because I just think they are clowns. Like, the passport bros don't bother me much. Even, you know, as much as Big Truck bother people, I can see, like, I know YouTube and I know how content works, and I see the appeal. Although it's trash and disgusting, I know how he's successful because he has a big personality. Regardless of what he's saying, he actually could be more successful if he was speaking about something relevant and something more of value. He could, because he has that thing. So he doesn't bother me as much as like Austin. He does something to my soul. I'm like Peso Man. I understand why Peso Man hate him. I cannot stand him of all of them. I just can't.
Big Truck was funny yesterday. He was making me laugh. Though.
One thing about him is that he told the truth. So he'll tell the truth about how this works, and his insecurities also come out. So you already know what it is with him. You know he's big, fat, and ugly. You know that he's a passport bro and he's trying for sex. But he also told the fact that The only reason why they do this is for money. Because I asked them directly. That was very important to me to ask. If you don't want drama no more in your life and you don't want to deal with Black women, why do you constantly talk about Black women? And he told it, and he was like, it's because of the money. So I'm okay with that. I already know you're trash. Like, I don't have, it's nothing more that you can say to me, because I just wanted to understand why you can constantly talk about Black women, but complain when Black women respond to you. And I said prior, if you wasn't here, that he said it's because of the money. And he said out his mouth that basically Black women should just be quiet and take it. And I was just like, well, why can't Black women make money off of responding to you?
Right.
Yeah.
I hear
Shoot,
that.
keep the feud going back and forth. Run everybody check up.
Might as well.
Might as well.
All right, everybody. We got security boss. Let's see how fast it takes for her to get on our nerves.
She don't get. She look like she'll give me a free. She'll let me go if I don't got money.
I mean, she gives auntie, so like it's not much she can do.
After her, can I say real quick, and then I'll drop down.
Roll back on the sleeves, and
she definitely.
It's just giving real like outdated, out of season. I just want to look as best as I can, but while wearing as little makeup as possible to appeal to a bunch of ugly ass niggas in my comment section. So I actually pity her more than feel anything.
She look like
Crimson Cure is the one though.
Yeah, she.
And I don't know if it's the Osama bin Mammy outfit that she wears or what the hell it is, but it's something with Crimson Cure.
She ain't letting none of your kids eat. Y'all better have y'all lunch money for your kids, because she ain't giving them no food, okay?
That's right. Creative or Melinda, would you guys like to say anything?
Oh yeah, just real quickly. Hey everybody. Someone had mentioned we're talking about when Black women kind of go up against Black women, they start these channels and stuff. I do believe the sister who was speaking, we do have some sociopathic type people who will do it. Even Black women, you can kind of tell how they'll flip the script, and all of a sudden if something makes them mad, they are full against the Black women and going against everything they've said. And then they're taking sides with the men who used to abuse them online, and they're all of a sudden taking sides with them. So those are people who are like sociopathic. Then we have the kind who really did have some hurts from Black women, maybe in their past, in their growing up. So even like a lot of the Black men did too, they have some legit hurts because they weren't protected and stuff like that. And then we have the kind who will really just be doing this for just for money. It's like and either way it's all bad, but the reason they're able to do it is because as women, as Black women, they know where you live. What I mean by that is they know your insecurities, they know your pains, they know just the whole everything that goes along with just being a Black woman. And so they know how we are picked, how people talk about us, and just your Black womanhood. And so that's what it makes it more despicable when they do it.
Yeah.
It really does. But this is what I'll say. I'm going to still say I think it's really worse to me, and I'll explain why. With the men, because we still have a dynamic of where, as a woman, if you're a heterosexual woman, you do want the affection and admiration of men, and that's just how this is. And so when the men of your race are, taken to the public sphere to do this, it's worse, because now if a Black woman tried this, it's literally sad for the Black community. They will allow from Black men what they will never allow from, Black women. So a Black woman like this, who are doing this against Black women, they'll get shut down, because Black women, it'll be embarrassing for whatever reason. They're not too embarrassed when Black men are doing this, but it's like you're a Black woman. So somehow Black people kind of have this thing of a Black man can do it, but a woman can't. So that's my first thing. And then, I'm almost finished. I wrote it down too. Let's see. People's hatred. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
We listen. Talk your ish. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So let's see. What else did I want to say? Earlier when I put, that wasn't nice, like the comment, because believe me, y'all, I know there's some horrible women on here. The stuff that they say is so, it's so sad, and it's so, you almost think they've got to be making this up. But I think that when we weaponize not being married against Black women, it's kind of like we don't need to do that, because again, that's hitting people where they live. We know that we have you're in a, well, that's if you're dating Black men, because if you're dating out, that's not a situation that you're looking at. But where that person lives, and it's like we are giving people a value based on if they're married. So I just that's the only reason I do that. I can get that those people are despicable, these women are, but that's the only reason I spoke up about that.
Oh,
So
you're fine. But a woman that's not married trying to tell me how to get a man when I can probably bag all those dudes that be super chatting her. That's my thing.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you something. As a married woman, that been around married women of all different kinds of married women, just different kinds. Some of them was perfect Black women to me. Like they was smart, and they took care of their family and their husband. I got a friend, and this will tie into this, that was married, and it's just something about, some people just got this thing where they smart and strategic, and they know how they just can maneuver around things, and she just is a good woman. And her husband didn't go to Brazil or Colombia, but he got stationed in Japan, and he cheated on her with a Brazilian prostitute in Japan, and it ruined her marriage, or whatever the case may be. So marriage is not, one thing about being married is it's kind of like when you hear people talk about marriage as if it's this like cure for all. It's not. Being married is still like a relationship. It's like the only difference between marriage and a boyfriend and girlfriend is that you're tied in, meaning that you have more to think about when you decide to walk away. If you're a boyfriend and girlfriend of 11 years, you still can walk away whenever you want. You can go somebody, but when you're married, you have a little bit more to fight for, and that's all it really is. I'm not gonna say I envy single women, but I don't see single women as being some type of victim or something. Like, single women have a lot of freedom. You know what I'm saying? Like, anything that they do, if they mess up, it's their own thing. Like, there's no man there or whatever. If they decided they no longer, that this person is not suited for them, they can leave. When you're in marriage, you have to work. It's a job. Marriage is a job. People naturally get used to each other, and all of that infatuation you had in the beginning, a lot of it goes away, and you have to, and that's when the love kicks in. Love kicks in after the infatuation, meaning that when you start going through real stuff, like somebody has a health issue or something like that, or whatever the case may be. So when people talk about marriage as if I hear a lot of MammieSphere people dangle this marriage over single women, and just like DJ Torch talked about earlier in Peso's Live, like, we don't no longer live in a time where women have to depend on marriage to have a quality life.
Because it's all they have, and so that's a shaming tool for us, because I'm dating out, out of my race and stuff, and so I don't focus on it like I used to be when I wasn't. I was obsessed with wanting to be married, and even though I wasn't even raised that way, with that, and I was glad that I wasn't. But I think when you see it's something that is like it's rare in your community, and I think that's what makes it so, gives it more value. That's the only thing that it's done, and it's been used as a shaming tactic against Black women, because it's like you're undesirable, and that's the thing. That's like this woman on the screen. Every time I've heard her talk, she's always talking about her husband and her marriage, and it's like that's what I noticed too about Black women. And I want to thank you for what you just said, because that's been so honest, you know, you
No,
because you're not.
like you
Yeah,
know,
the way
we
you
do
said
the
that.
same
Thank you.
stuff. As a married person, I probably outcall more of my things that's needed to be done, like house things and business decisions, or things. Then it's not like you have just one man that's just like this superhero that's running around. No, this modern woman thing, this modern people thing, everything is modern. Cars drive themselves right now. So homes right now is if you was to get the most modern home, if you live well, it's built off of technology. And that doesn't mean that your husband can fix everything. If you live on a property and your husband goes to work, 9 times out of 10, unless your husband, not saying that he don't want to do it, but majority of the time you call somebody to fix stuff. Your husband is not doing plumbing, electrician, mowing lawns, and all this other stuff. So, which is the same thing that a single person, whether it's man or woman, would do. You get what I'm saying? Like when people decide to get married, especially today, it's because it's because you really want to be with that person. And it's a lot of other things that come with marriage as far as legal things and stuff like that. But also, we also deal with a lot of same things that single people deal with. Meaning that if you decide to be single forever with a cat or dog, which would be great because they're great, you still will do some of the same things that married people do. And when you decide if you want to go get some dick, you know where to call it. It's not like you're gonna die if you're not married. I had a discussion with my husband about it, and I wanted to talk, and I was like, what is it that men think is gonna happen if women is not married? And I had to make him think, because I was like, you do know that women no longer need to be married to survive in life anymore. Like, we call people to cut our lawn. We call people to fix things. My goddamn fucking fire alarm been going on for a week. DJ torching everybody in the audience and tell you because we're waiting for somebody to come fix it because we can't do it ourselves because it's not like something that's old school in an apartment. If being married would have just fixed that, then I wouldn't still have an alarm going off right now in my house.
All right.
DJ, I just want to say, DJ Torch, I love the name of your folder down here, Mammies.
Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Anti, did you want to say anything?
Yes, hi. So I just wanted to say that you have to be aware of some of these quote unquote feminine or women empowerment channels because a lot of them, what they like to do is they like to use color psychology to manipulate women, younger women, rather. So what they do is when you check their thumbnails, you see the pinks, you see the whites, or anything that is associated with um femininity, like any pretty colors, the fonts, even, and then when you open it you see the set designs and things like that. Like it, all that is a manipulative tool to try to lure potential female subscribers, only for them to turn around and do a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. All right, so they'll do a bait and switch on you. So like,
Do you mean like how cereal boxes be bright and colorful to attract kids?
yes, the packaging. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even with the packaging. So this is like a packaging tactic with through color psychology to try to lure younger females, I'll say younger women because females tend to be derogatory. So they want to lure them in to make them think that they are helping them by giving them quote unquote like harsh truth or tough love or what have you. But what they're really doing is that they're trying to set you in a trap to get you to submit to a weak patriarchy, to get you to strip you down of what what femininity is, or what divine femininity is rather, and then just compromise everything that you are, everything that defines womanhood, and Mammy for a bunch of derelicts that are abusers, that will never consider you a priority, that will never marry us, that will just that basically hates Black women, to submit to a group of misogynists. And this is pathetic, and it is horrible because it's coming from your own quote unquote sister. All of this under the guise of sisterhood, when in actuality, it's really to appease a bunch of degenerate males that have have nothing on their name, that is under a weak that is under a patriarchy, that is basically a weak patriarchy. So yeah.
These are the type of women that'll probably call a supervisor on a young Black girl because she let a customer use a coupon that was expired. She those type of women. A lot of Black girls go through that, where they work in a job and the older Black woman will be mean girl to you. Have you ever experienced that?
God, I'm like,
Yeah.
what? It was. I'm glad you mentioned that, because like when I was younger, well, okay, so how I was raised at home and all, I don't know if it has anything to do with the fact that I am a non-ADOS Black woman, but I was never talked down on. I would get constructive criticism, but it would never come from a mean tone, like from my mom. It would be like a kind, womanly tone. And that's what I'm used to. But when I interact with people, I'm expecting, especially with women, older women, and I'm expecting to be counseled for whatever that I need help with. Like, they would talk so it would just be the tone would be so rough, so demean, and just like the criticism would be so harsh, so destructive. But I just never, at the time, I thought it was normal, but then now as I got older, it's like, good God, like, what happened? Why are they so mean? Like, why they're so cruel? You don't have to talk to people like that, especially if you're talking to another woman, because when I think of femininity, or when I think of women, rather, I think of a woman that operates off of emotion, empathy, that soft spoken, nurturing. Yes, those are the attributes that I associate with woman. But when you see a character like this that is displayed here, it's just, how dare you? Like, how dare you have the audacity to just be so cruel, and just tell us that, no one wants us, and you think other races of men want you. No, they don't. But like, how can you, to thousands,
It's projecting because you have a better chance at your young age to get that man or that other race of men than she will at her age. It's jealousy and it's projection, and I have dealt with that my whole life from other Black women. I don't want to make this a colorist thing, but it was because I was younger, because I was light skinned. When I was a baby, there was a woman literally a Black woman giving me cold food because I was light skinned. And my mom is the color of this woman on the screen. That's what it is. It's jealousy. Like, even at my church, because I sing and because God fills me up when I sing, and I will sing out loud. Or if you ever watched the Tina Turner movie, that first scene where the little girl was at church, that was me. And it was jealousy because you're so full of life. Life hasn't hit you hard yet. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
And it's sad because instead of them telling me, oh, watch out for this, watch out for that, they will put you down, try to humble you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like, and that's the thing about it. This whole thing about humbling, but like, what have we done to you for us to feel like we have to pay for what we've done? This whole humbling thing. I don't like this at all. How about these women? How about these women seek professional counseling? How about these women just do their shadow work? How about these women just look into themselves and see what is it that they need to fix, and so they won't have to attack more people that can potentially either help them or just shift their whole thinking. Like I don't this is horrible, man. And I just and it's just so, and it saddens me that you have women like this that do this to their daughters. I saw a video on TikTok. Oh my God, I kid you not. It was a video on TikTok where a woman, she's a non-black woman, but she was serving her daughter something, and you know what it said on? I think it was either an egg or a pie, or it had to be an egg. She created this thing on a plate where it said F-U-C. It spelled out F-U-C and then Y. Yeah, it spelled out all cuss words to a little girl.
How old was the little girl? A teenager or?
No, she had to be probably around, oh my, but I would say 2 to 5.
Oh. Well, hopefully she can't read that yet, but that's still not cool.
What? Yeah, it obviously
It's still
not.
okay.
Yeah, it's not.
It's
Like,
jealousy. It's jealousy. I don't mean to stop what we're talking about, but it's jealousy, and it's like, instead of telling me the mistakes that you made to avoid them, it's jealousy. And I remember one time Kevin Samuel was talking about the moms raise these women to be independent. You want to know why our mothers who are good mothers, who are good standing black women, tell their girls to be independent? Because when she was depending on her father, on my father, she got her heart broken, and she didn't want me to feel that. When my mother was telling me to get your own, do your own, my mother was saying that with tears in her eyes,
yeah,
because my
exactly.
stepfather and my father disappointed her in some way.
Yes.
And she didn't want me to feel this pain. Not because she don't think I don't need a man, or because she don't love black men. She didn't want me to feel the disappointment and the pain that my father and stepfather put on her. Even though they're good to me, they're wonderful fathers, and I love my father. I just got the shrimp out the refrigerator that my father bought me. Just got off the couch that my stepfather bought me for my birthday. They're wonderful men. But in that moment, they hurt her, and she didn't want me to feel that hurt. That's why she said that to me.
Exactly.
To get my own.
Yes, exactly. Because yes, and I was telling DJ Torch the other day. It was another stream dealing with mammies, and I was saying that the women had to resort to feminism because of a failed patriarchy, because of the fact that they weren't being upstanding husbands or fathers, so they had to pick up the pieces and run the home and do what they need to do in order to survive, because the male had failed us on a collective level. So yeah, we had to do it. We had to do odd jobs. We had to do careers that we may not want, but that can help us to survive and put food in the table. Because leave it up to these men will walk out on us. These men will have several children on us. These men would just leave us destitute. So what are we going to do? We're going to end up having to do unspeakable things, or just get into careers. We're going to have to pivot and start to shift our thinking in order to make it. And it's just a sad state of affairs for us to do that. But feminism, we were forced to resort to it. If it was up to us, we would have been like, oh well, I don't, not to say it was, I heard your story, but for everyone else that's saying, oh, F these dudes, these dudes ain't crap, this and that, it's because of the men that failed them.
Because me, sis, I don't want to work. I have to get up tomorrow, even though I love my job and I love my boss. I would rather stay home, cook for my man, clean up, and look cute in my little heels. I would rather do that. So good. Oh, baby, you want your foot massage? I got you, baby. I would rather do that, but y'all not going to reciprocate the energy.
And then you get mad for the modern day women, right? You're mad at modern day women for doing our thing. You're not present in the house. You're not providing. You're costing the country $50 billion. 7 million of you men are out of work. So what?
You know what? Oh, hey sis, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. that thought was going to leave my head if I didn't say it right now.
No, please go ahead,
I
sis.
think that y'all are really cooking. This is good. This is good. I think that too, they're making up things that they're mad about. Because again, everything that if black women are with them that a black woman has, they will have too, and they benefit from. What they're still doing is because maybe they feel some inferiority. What they're doing is they're just using talking points of other men, of other male groups, because none of this stuff even it makes sense when they say stuff like, your student loans or your degrees don't matter and stuff like that, or the family courts and child support. It's like it doesn't even apply to them like that. So what they're doing is just using other talking points, from other men. But I think somebody mentioned like the attitudes and stuff. You were talking about how maybe
I call it the ecosystem of degeneracy, meaning that like you have a bunch of men, which some of them like experience certain things, and then they created an ecosystem where other men who haven't even experienced those things just live in the ecosystem. That's it.
Yeah, and it's like a little club. It's like a little fraternity, a little gang where they do feel, validated. Yeah. And believe me, I think that can be a powerful feeling. I think people can literally feel emboldened with that. But when you were talking about someone said a black woman was horrible to them at work. I've had that before too. I've always been like very happy at work and stuff like that. And what I think is that sometimes, how about this? I believe that having a nasty attitude has never been shunned in the black community. Y'all notice that? It's like literally almost having a nasty attitude with people I remember black people saying like, oh, such and such got funny ways, and she sure will talk bad and she'll cuss you out. It's like black people use that stuff as if it was positive, and I think
women
maybe
in many communities are headstrong. Like even like we was talking about this other day with another guy that spent time in Asian countries. One of the most bossiest women that I know is a group of women is Asian women. Asian women are very vocal and very bossy. Like, yes, they can, at times appears to be weak, but when you marry them and you're in a different dynamic, like they completely run their household. And they talk about
in their house though, right? But they wouldn't get away with that at work.
They
but on the job,
color. They'll be like, no, that color not good. That in my mind, I want this color. This is what I want.
Well, but that's different. I'm talking about like people coming to work angry.
African dinner and see how the African mom behaves. You know, or the Spanish mom. So like women are women everywhere.
Yeah, well, no, this is different. What I'm talking about is something different. I'm talking about that can have a nasty attitude, whereas you're like, I'm not doing this today, I'm not doing that. It's like we for some reason, I think that's been the only way I guess black women could express an emotion was probably anger or being mad or something. What I'm saying is this, if you have a supervisor who really has a bad attitude and she's another race, people aren't expecting them to be having a bad attitude. So what I'm saying is, I think that I've seen black women get away with it more because nobody wants to challenge that because we can always say racism. So I'm really saying that this is what I've seen. I think that we get to express attitude and even like to each other more than anyone else could kind of get away with. Did you just say about the Asians? They're very subtle.
You mean like it's expected? It's expected.
Yes, and when you don't, people are like kind of shocked and stuff. But I just think that but I think that I hate that because I think too in our community sometimes people think it's cute. If y'all watch some little TikToks where a little child is, talking back to an adult, and black people are laughing at that, or when a little girl is twisting her, rolling her neck and telling somebody off. It's kind of like it's something that we I don't know
Kind of
why
like
we.
Tyler Perry, how Tyler Perry blew up off Medea.
But
Yeah,
can I ask
yeah.
you this question? Right, I'm gonna ask you this question. You know, one thing I noticed is that, you know, because people expect, you know, that African Americans don't have a culture, we're judged for everything they do. Like, why is that? Why is that judged as a bad thing? Because most of the time, these children is just projecting what they see at home.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
They are.
Just like every other culture, just like the Asian woman get a pass and still be considered submissive or whatever, and every other woman get a pass for it. But in Black America, we're expected to do what other people do, which we do. You know, we do that because we're all women, but we're judged for it much more harshly.
That's probably some historical stuff, especially being not seen as when you were could be abused and no one saw you as a human being. I think that too, that we've passed some of that stuff down. So even I have this, and I'll admit something to y'all, and that's why I have to always be checking myself and see, you know, what is this I'm feeling? You know, why do I feel this way? A long time ago, there was a woman online. She's a Black woman, and she was crying online about, you know, and I don't know if y'all remember this, but I don't want to say her name, but she was crying because she felt like the Black men weren't defending her in a situation, and she was crying, and they made all kind of memes and videos just really dragging her. And the reason I felt so, I didn't want to see Black women be in a position of either showing that kind of fear or that kind of emotion, because to me, I said, oh my God, now everyone's going to see how unprotected we really are. I felt ashamed that we were this unprotected. I felt ashamed that when I see us, you know, do like you're right, sis, do something that every other woman will do. But I know how it's almost like the hounds are coming after us. You know, they send the hounds out, whatever emotion we have, whatever, you know, even like when it comes to wigs or something, you know, it's, you know, because of this.
Within that shame, you see other women.
It's the shame-based type of culture. And yeah.
But
and
other women get the profit and emulate off of our culture.
Right.
And Black women, and we're shamed for it.
We're shamed for it.
Be ashamed. Like, I mean, you shouldn't be ashamed for being who you are. Like, I've seen some of the whitest content creators on, because with content, there's trending things, especially when it comes to TikTok, meaning dances and things or whatever, where they're or like what do they call it when they like act out of somebody else's, whatever the case may be. And I've seen some of the whitest people do it and have millions of like followers or whatever. And then you'll see if a Black woman just being herself, doing exactly what she does, you'll see Black men and Black women shaming her in the content. I mean,
because it's our shame. Because it's our shame. And the thing is, it's expressed in a way that is so it's vile and it's horrible. But I think that it's like you're
so really what you
that.
can say is that these other people is doing blackface just without the paint.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Okay, ladies, I'm gonna play the video for a second. This is a great conversation, though. This is excellent conversation.
Is a wife needed to be a part of this plan. Not so much to carry it out, but if I don't meet her at the right time, I'm not going to be able to trust her in the end. This is having made her own conversation. His plan always included the wife. And I think that's very important, ladies. When we meet these men and we're dating them, y'all ain't having no conversations. Sit down. Let's have, when it's time to vet, men, when it's time to vet, or when we get to this point, y'all need to start asking questions. Men need to display everything. We need to know how a woman fits into your plan. Ladies, if y'all there and y'all want to be married, and this man is telling you about his plan and it doesn't reflect a woman, or you can't see where a woman would fit in, y'all need to be like, oh, slow down. What's your wife doing? How does she fit into this situation? Because something is being missed. And we blaming it all on marriage, and it ain't got nothing to do with marriage, just the people that are involved. So I'm gonna clear it up. He had a plan. His plan consisted of a wife. It was me. I'm gonna go one farther. Y'all gonna get real mad now. He said he actually prayed about his plan and whatever it brought him for a wife. He actually prayed about it. Him and God went into a meeting And they say, let's listen, because I done messed this up one time. This is his words. Messed it up one time. And I ain't trying to go through that no more. So I'm gonna get it right this time. So this is the way I want to do this. And that's what he did. So after getting into the marriage, I told y'all we went to a counselor. Counselor said, which was a pastor, he said one pot. The one pot came about is because he and I both was messing up money left and right, lived perfectly fine as two single individuals. But when we got together, for whatever reason, it didn't mesh. Now, see, to me, that's a very spiritual thing. It made all the sense in the world because we were now becoming one. So we didn't need to be separate anymore. We didn't need to be single-headed people anymore coming into a marriage. We no longer need to be single-minded. He needed to be thinking about me, and I need to think about him first and foremost. That needed to be our thought process. And that from that point on, it needed to be that way. So that's exactly what happened. Listen, y'all, we weren't consciously doing this. This is just the way it happened. But we didn't fight the one pot. We put it into one pot. As we put it into one pot, the one pot growed, doubled, tripled. I couldn't even tell you why. It did. Over the years, it was just best that way. Along the way, Mr. Boss decided, hey, you know what? I'm running these businesses. You're better at paying bills. Pay them. I paid the bills. Mr. Boss got total access. I got total access. But see, we working together. I'm not going to take nothing from.
Somebody wanted me to pause?
Yeah, can I say something? First of all, Black people, stop. No disrespect to the pastors, because I love the Lord as well. Can we stop going to our pastors for counseling and start going to actual professionals who have been trained, certified, went to school, had to do the homework, had to learn about different case studies to actually become professionals?
Absolutely.
And second, Auntie Boss, dang, I done lost my point. Just because I fit into a man's so-called plan does not mean he's going to execute that so-called plan. I can fit in there, I can squeeze my little tight dress, my little fat ass right into that plan, and he's still not do it.
Exactly.
Yeah, that is so true.
I can root him on.
His brother, he didn't take it out.
Sorry. I can root him on, help him out, try to fill out applications for the plan to be executed. He still don't get there.
Yeah, what she's not telling you, ladies, is all the times that people did the one pot and it didn't work. I mean, the problem is it really depends on who's good with money and who's not.
Black men.
Not for me, but guess what?
Oh, okay, sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, we know in this community, for them to cost the country so much money and for them to be unemployed at an alarming rate, being good with managing money is far, far from what Black men are good at, if they are good at.
True. Very true.
I think that like when it comes to the whole church thing, because you hear people talking about that with the pastors and stop going to your pastors for counseling. I'm not going to say all, but many pastors, what they do is they groom their congregation to basically accept their own degeneracy. So
Right.
a lot of times, whenever you notice when pastors come out and they have done the worst thing ever, and the congregation will support them, and it's because they have been groomed by the pastor from giving them consultation to accept their degeneracy, because they're telling these women and men to accept the degeneracy in their own home.
Yeah.
Right. And I'm not saying you can't talk to him for some advice, especially if he's an older, like my bishop, Lord rest his soul, I love you, Bishop. I will go to him for advice, but I also have my therapist who is a professional.
Yeah, I would never, I'm not a Christian, first of all, but like any religious person, like you're there for my spiritual,
guidance
part of my life, and if I want counseling, I'm going to go to a therapist, and that's their primary job.
Yes, we need more Black men therapists, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Because if Black men, I feel like if we had more Black men therapists, Black men would feel more comfortable talking to them. Because I had a Black male therapist, and me and him did not mesh very well.
Yeah.
And I even had to because I knew that he was going off of that men mindset, but there were some things that I would say to him that he wouldn't get. And I didn't take fault to that. Even when I switched, I said, I'm sorry. It's nothing against him. I just don't feel like he understands me. Like, I had to really search. When I moved out here to California, you guys, I had to search hard. I waited a long time to get a Black woman therapist. And I love her to death.
Excellent.
But just say we woke up one day and we felt differently from each other and we put our money in one pot. Those of you that have a job, let's say that happened. So your husband stole 1 week check, one check a week, I should say. You put your money in 1 week and he stole that or whatever you all had in there. One time, he messed up the money one time. You ain't never got to do it again. Never do it again. One time. Guess what? He messed up one time, you be like, look, I don't think this is going to work for us because you messed up the money and you ain't got to ever put your money back in that one pot ever again. But what we've been getting, all the comments we're getting is like, oh no, this woman do this man do that. I'm not doing it. One time.
Okay.
That is so crazy. This is like I feel like this is like the conditioning in our community is where you accept things and don't question it or whatever. Yes, if somebody messed up one time, it's still a red flag that you should always be watching. You should never just be like, oh, well, he just messed up, one time. It was just one time and it ain't gonna never happen again. No, no. What is she talking about?
She's making no sense to me.
I agree with you, Camo, but even for myself, when you really love that person, them red flags it can be red paint splatting on your face and you still
I know, right?
It will literally be on your face and you still not see it because you just
it's that thing that women ignore all the time because the red flag most of the time was there within the first couple of hours of you meeting them, and a lot of times when a lot of women, especially in our community, a lot of times we date and marry for potential. Like this person, has potential or whatever, and you want to see the best in that person, but that doesn't mean that it's right. You know what I'm saying? So at that point, you can't really blame anybody when you just decided to ignore what you saw was there because you wanted what you wanted or you wanted to believe something. Like and even with that, if you decide to be with that person, you have to accept all of the red flags that come with it. Then you can't complain later about something that you saw already there.
Exactly true. This is going great. We can go into the conversation part if there's anything that video someone wants to bring up, or if you have anything you want to say, feel free. Let me know. This is the open mic portion.
I mean, when it comes to for me, when it comes to the women part of it, I know that we are women and women are women. You do have different issues of like sociopaths and narcissism and all this other stuff and the whole money aspect of it. But it's very clear that a lot of these women is doing this for the money. So I don't really have much to say about them because I already know what the actual issue is. It's all about money. And they already know that even if they don't believe something, that if they was to change what they're saying, that they're gonna lose the money. Just like I talked about with Pearly things, and we can even say Jessica X. Jessica X was able to run this scam for many years with a picture that has not changed. Mm-hmm. We still don't know what she looks like. She's really just winning off of a picture that never changed. It's not like she switches up the picture every year or every month or whatever, every 5 years. No, it's been the same few pictures and she's been able to do this. So we already know what it is with them. So when it comes to just the mammy part, sphere part of it, I already know what the grift is. Like, and it's to me, for the men, I would think that men would speak out more against this because it's like, look, come on, like, even if I was in the MammieSphere as a man, I would be like, nah, this ain't it. Like, what is her purpose of doing this? It benefits her nothing other than money.
And this is what really, this doesn't shock me, but this is something that any manosphere red or manosphere sweetheart needs to understand. Understand that you're only there for a particular time. You can easily be replaced. Easily. So you think you're high and mighty. You think that you are above reproach. You think that you are this special snowflake that who's gonna check you, boo? You know, in your mind, that's what you think. So you put out you regurgitate these horrible talking points, attacking us and thinking that you can try to brainwash us um, to submit to these type of males, these derelicts, only for you to end up getting replaced by who they propel as the new woman king of the manosphere. So
You know what I don't understand about it all, especially when it comes to the Black women, is that this is how you know that these women, the Black women, not Curry things is white. It's a whole other thing. But with a lot of their talking points, for these women being able to live in this space as much as they do and wake up and live with themselves, that tells you something else is going on with them, because this is a group of men who places women of other races, above you. And you're a Black woman who's defending this. So to me, that's why I don't even play into the whole thing. And there's some other things going on. I'm not even going to get into that. And to me, I don't want to say they're the biggest threat, but to me, as a Black woman, they're one of the biggest problems, because I know exactly what you're doing, and for you to have that much, whatever is going on with you is so much bigger to me than these men. I know that these men, majority of them are failures, and they're finding ways to place blame on women for child support and all this other stuff. But for you to be a woman and to be able to live in this space day after day and hours and make this content, this is like a bigger problem to me.
Yeah, because the same way these manosphere and passport bros are manipulating young boys, a lot of these young Black girls can tap into their content as well and think, just like I said, that Kevin Samuels made me feel like I was inferior because I was listening so much of that content, and I'm way past 14. I don't want to give out my age, you know what I'm saying? Way past 14 and 25 years old, but he still made me feel like I had to go work out. I had to really, try to get the man that I want to be, what I want to be with. So the same way they're influencing these boys, they could definitely influence these girls, which would probably be even worse. If the girls are not have the strength enough to know that they are valued, they're going to feel like this is the truth.
Well, they're playing on women femininity, really, Black women, and
like
every group of people wants to be, majority of every group of people wants to be with their own. So they know as Black girls, well, we're dreamy, and we dream about what our husband is going to be, and this and that, and what they're doing is holding that over Black women's head, basically, by shaming them and making them feel like they less than what they are. And you even will say, like, the woman from the average at best video, who was successful and all these other things, and Kevin told her she wasn't good enough and that she should drop her standards, and how dare she change her dating tactics to men who was on her level or whatever the case may be. It was to hold something over her that she wanted, because not all Black women want to be with men of other races, or want to, or they already had a plan. I've seen Black women online, young Black girls online, cry over hearing some of these young Black men say that they, place white women and all these women over them, and it's because they had a dream. that their life
Exactly.
was going to be this way with the men of their own race, and they shame Black women who stick to that, and
But that's the
so
problem.
and they use it against them and they profit off of it.
Exactly.
But
Continue. You
oh
continue.
yeah, it's I guess too, because what is normal for everyone else, kind of an example of what you've given, like when I was up before, but now that we see that, though, we kind of we have to change and pivot and kind of not be that. I'm not saying not people shouldn't date Black women. What I'm saying is this: it's I think the shame is coming in the fact that Black women are saying this, but Black men are the ones who are saying just the opposite. To me, that's when it kind of gets embarrassing, because it's like you don't have any leverage. And if you keep doing that, I don't think we need to keep raising up another generation of girls just saying that. And because again, the numbers might not be on the side, but this is what I wanted to say. I forgot to say this last time. Look at how quickly this happened. Remember that feminist out of the white Hispanic feminist out of Brazil? How just her, and she doesn't even speak a whole lot of English. Just her word got this Black dude kind of like leaving. This was like a kind of
they were
a de facto, what do you call it when you make someone leave a country? I mean, yeah, her just her word was able to get him out of there. And this is what he did on the Isaiah Carey show. With all this man is literally facing people, having to leave a country, a whole country. And he said Black women are masculine. Do you see what I mean? It's like he, even with all that, he still had the space in his heart to kind of to go in on and insult Black women as one woman, because these women don't tolerate that kind of stuff. That's another thing I've noticed. Other women we have a high threshold for
they were able to,
for this kind of stuff. But hey, I got a phone call. I'll be back, y'all.
They was able to, in their own hatred, self-hatred, even with these women doing this, they still found a way to, because they just in their own little mind and world cannot believe that these other women rejected them, and that it had to be Black women that did something to make this happen, as if we was there on those beach and those videos and we wasn't.
Yeah, and it's funny. It's to go back to like y'all saying why I'm putting the other races on the pedestal, and these other races of women, they don't know the different type of Black men like we do. One of my best friends, who's a white girl, told me, Maya, I'm talking to my first Black guy. I said, okay, what he look like? She showed me the picture. The first thing I said, oh, that girl. I said, girl, that nigga dusty. She was like, what that mean? And I had to turn her to the whole MammieSphere, all that.
Oh.
Yeah, I even showed the picture to my mom, and she said, "Oh, that nigga like to smoke." So I had to teach her the type of men that like what we going through, and then she was like, "Wow, I didn't know it was like that." I said, "Yeah, girl, what he gonna do is put you on a pedestal." But he treated her just like they treat us. He
just like dogged us out. Exactly.
I dosed her and everything. And she's like, and I said, tell that fool you ain't white trash. You a nice white girl, okay? Don't let him do you like that.
What I
but
will
the
say,
thing is, like, don't think that in Black women being who we are and being sympathetic to everything, fought with these Brazilian women, against this situation. But don't think for a minute that they weren't feeding them this thing of that they're better than us. Because I was telling some other girls in our group about how there is a Brazilian woman who made a video recently because a Black woman came into her comment section, which I believe was a Black man, and said that Brazilian women were ugly and all this stuff. And she quickly turned on Black women and was like talking about weave and makeup and all this other stuff, which we know those talking points and where they come from or whatever. So don't think that they didn't first, because one thing that I said was that when Austin was making videos about Black women and Western women, there was no outrage. It wasn't until this incident happened that all groups of women supported Brazilian women, like in specific Black women. But when he did this initial video, when he went viral, he was speaking against Western women, which he used in Pacific. He was talking about Black women because at 23, I'm pretty sure he didn't have much dating experience, and most of his dating experience was Black American women or whatever. And there was no outrage from other groups of women and a whole feminist movement or whatever. So don't think for a minute that these women did not buy into what Austin was saying about them being better.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
It was like they had to fall on their face to realize, like, oh, this is because they're a whole different culture. They don't understand. They speak a whole different language anyway. All that they know is these guys coming over there, and they talk about how they hate the women at home, and that, or whatever the case. But they don't really truly understand. But they had to fall on their face and see exactly what those kind of women, what men was actually about, and why they had to flee their country.
They was pressed about being so put on a pedestal until they got to know the men that were putting them on that pedestal. You understand what I'm saying? Like they were like, "Oh, they like me. This is who like me." Never mind.
I wanted to say back to what you were saying about our dream, and the thing is, Black men, like for the collective of Black women, before they started to see Black men for who they are, the majority chose Black men as their first option. We would have never thought of either dating interracially or just leave the collective of Black males.
But
and
sister,
to
real
work
quick
of
before
ourselves.
you say something, before you finish, I wanted to speak on what you just said before we started seeing them. Well, honestly, it's very few of us that actually see them for what they already are. It's still the majority that see them for what they are, but it's still willing to be supportive to them. That's just unfortunately it's true.
That's very true. And
that is true.
I even would say that for myself, because at the end of the day, you love who you love like a fool,
No, it's nothing like it's nothing. It's tribalism. It's nothing wrong.
Yeah.
Like this is what we are. Like, of course you're gonna care about the people who is your people more than you care about something else. You just to choose better for yourself is a whole nother situation. But of course, it's in all of us to want our own.
It's
but
innate.
It's you also have to come to a terms with yourself to choose what's best for you, whether it's a Black man, white, Indian, or whatever. So I don't shame Black women who prefer and want to be with their own. Everybody prefer and want to be with their own. And that's another thing that Black men use against them, Black women, is that they prefer to be with their own, which everybody do. But it's Black men who is using it against Black women that they already know that we're going to want to be with them. So I don't shame anybody for wanting to be with their own people. It's just you choosing what was right for you. You have to sometimes get over that, or whatever. Like sometimes your dream of what, or your fantasy of what you thought was going to be your Prince Charming may not be
what he
the person that you thought it was.
Yeah, what you thought he was going to look like.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's the avatar, and we had this avatar, and like you said, there's nothing wrong with liking who you like, but you have to weigh the options. You have to be very observant of that, and the women that do decide to explore out, it's more because it's a force out. We were forced to make decisions that is going to help us in our future, in our family, or what have you, because leave it up to the collective of Black males. They're not producing, they're not providing, they have no resources, they're not building. Like, what can we really get from them? All they want to do is gaslight us and use the fact that and use the idea of our avatar against us. And these mammies are regurgitating these talking points against us, and it's just this needs to stop. There has to be shift in that type of mindset.
Yeah.
You know, Melinda said we can't afford to do that though, and I completely agree. Probably the women on the panel completely agree, but we can't force a whole group of women to agree or to understand that. Like they also have to see this for themselves, and we just can't do it. It's just not. It's just impossible to force them to. I've seen people. I've seen Black women say, "Oh, all of the things that they go through, but they still don't want to be with nobody else but a Black man." So what can we do? We can't force them to see and want to have different and want to have better for themselves and open up their options for the best man for the job, regardless of who that man is. We can't force them to. We just can't. I would want that for all Black women to be happy and and have a great quality of life and not have struggle up. I want that for all Black women, but all Black women gotta want that for themselves. We, when we know, but all Black women don't know. And we also was at a some of us, I would say for me, that I'm gonna be 100% honest with you, I was very fortunate to have parents that like told me the real. You know what I'm saying? Like that, both my parents are Black, but my mother and father told me the real. Like, they made it very clear to me what life was or whatever. And I didn't grow up in a home where they was like, you don't bring no other person in the house and all this other stuff. Like, no, they told me about ain't shit niggas, if we were to say, or whatever the case may be. So like, I was fortunate enough to grow up with that, but a lot of us are not. A lot of us grow up in homes where it's Black or nothing. Black first.
My father, oh my God, you saying that is crazy because I joke with my father because I have a crush on this Jewish man that comes in my job, and I joke with my father about it. And when I was younger, I had a little thing for Asian men, and my father was like, "Don't bring him around me, if he ain't Black, it ain't, that type of." But he was born in 1950, so and he from Virginia, so give my daddy some grace.
Okay.
But
okay.
that's very true. My mom's not, but my father even did that. And also, I want to say, y'all, I feel like Razor Rays tonight. I got my little wine in my cup. I feel like.
Oh my God! Are you sitting to the side, like in a tight space where you just sitting to the side where like you only can turn in one angle and then you pour your drink in a cup?
Unlike him, I got my whole floor. I'm laying on my nice rug on my floor right now. With when you said that, I literally extended my arms and legs. Like, yeah, my father is like that too. But that's like Daddy. And I'm with the African man, I'm with a Senegalese man. I was like, well, Daddy, if the Black, I didn't really want to get into that because I knew my father wouldn't understand because my father is definitely not on the internet. And I'm like, Daddy, if my group of men at this age, because they're definitely not the men of your generation, aren't doing what they supposed to do, and you're not always going to be here to loan me $50 here and there, okay? I should be with the man that loves me and will treat me the way you used to treat me and provide for me the way you provide for me.
Exactly.
That's what you will want from me. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Yeah.
No matter the race. No
And
matter
he understood that. He how Black men, old Black fathers make that face. He understood what I was saying.
Well, he understood begrudgingly, but
Yeah.
he came to terms with that.
Yeah.
It's what it is. It's like the collective of Black. Well, okay, so the Black women that still want to choose what they choose, and like you said, it's nothing wrong with it, but you have to be realistic. And the thing is, they want to hold on into this unicorn ideal, right? And we all know that unicorns are very, very, very rare. Okay, and this is coming from a daughter from I guess a unicorn, if they will. But I came to terms with my experiences with these type of males. It's like, if I realize when I expand my options, I don't get those type of problems that the collective of Black males have given me. Am I saying all of them are like that? No, but the vast majority of them that have that degenerate mindset is just, do I want to continue having this experience with this same type of male? I don't want that. So I broaden it, and it's better. They're more serious, and they're willing to provide, and they build and they protect. I mean, so of course I'm going to go with other options instead of just holding on to this idea of a unicorn, even though I came from a unicorn, so to speak. So yeah.
And when you said about tribal, it's crazy how I grew up, because back in the day, I was like that, only Black men only. I would say, "Ooh, I can't do pink," pink P word, pink penis. I said, "Ooh, pink penis." I don't know if I can do that. But now, as I get older and I get wiser, it's not about that. It's about who is loving me, taking care of me, and doing what he needs to do as a man. And that's a white man, Indian man, or Asian man. Hey, I just don't want to work no more, y'all.
So, girl, I'm trying to save up for retirement right now.
Period.
Like, yeah, I can't. I can't.
And I'm not gonna spend all your money, Zaddy. I ain't gonna spend all your money, okay?
Right.
I ain't gonna spend all your money. I ain't gonna leave you broke. Trust me. If we divorce, Noah's gonna take care of our kids, okay? I ain't gonna spend all your money, Zaddy.
Exactly, Zaddy. Ow.
I wanted to interject on one point, and then I'm jumping off.
Oh, okay.
If you look at the dynamics when you and it's been said over and over about the intersectionality between black men and white women. It's as though the reason why it's so easy for us and white men is because we are the ones that are building, we are the ones that are doing, we are the ones that are educating ourselves, we are the ones, in essence, on the flip side of white men. So you have the nurtured and protected white woman who feels entitled, and you have the nurtured and protected Black man that feels entitled.
That is true.
Maybe that's why
And so that's why they're so equally matched, and we're so equally matched to the opposite.
makes sense now that I think about it.
Hey, Asian boo, how you doing? I'm just playing.
Who, me? Man, I'm no Asian boo. I'm a mutt.
Is this another? Not showing himself. Show yourself. Go ahead, Asian babe. Show yourself.
Yes, Asian babe.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, damn, turn red.
Sorry, bro, you're on your own.
With them nice white teeth, we see you. We see you.
Oh man, what did I get myself into? Oh,
You know what you came up here for. Stop playing. You came up here with all these Black women. Stop playing.
I know. As soon as we talk about diversity, he said, "Ooh, here I come. Here I come."
No, because I also. Oh my god, I feel so red.
He said they calling me.
he picked up Camo. He picked up the laugh. I'm sorry. You know
No,
you're
you're
our
fine.
guy.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Whew. All right, I'm cool down now. So, what's today's discussion?
I mean, it's right now. It's like a free thing. Or we was talking about the Mammies. You know, the pandering Black women of the MammieSphere, but right now we just having a free,
discussion.
So what do you see when you see? What is your opinion? What do you see? Like, what do you like? Do you like Black women?
I like every woman. I mean, to be honest, more like a short-term relationship. Just like most people, I would like to marry and procreate with my own group.
You were mutt. You got several different groups. What group you picking?
I'm sorry.
You just said you were mutt, so you got a couple different groups. What group?
I know. To be honest, I'm a little bit of a divide, either Asian or Hispanic. Hispanic, I love them. They're good looking. But some of them are just as are a little negative. They're into that. How can I say it? Because I grew up with them in the public school system. I see them move in a way that is not really something I would be proud of. Like they're into gangs, thug life and stuff like that. Drive by and Asian girls. I mean, how can I say it? Most of them are good, but just I don't see them a lot because given the fact that we're like less than 5% of the American population.
So let me ask you a question real quick. How do you feel about the new fetishization of the Asian man with all of the K-pop and the anime and this whole new thing? Like, how do you feel about that?
I feel a little uplifted. It's like I'm glad we're having a voice.
That's what's up. That's what's
like we're at
up.
the forefront. Because usually,
right.
It's mostly white men that are like the top hot studs that everybody crave about. Like your channel.
Because I definitely feel like y'all like the underdogs. That's like the new thing now. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all like the new thing right now, where it's just like, y'all definitely have like a presence right now in the dating world with all groups of women too, from around the world.
Yes, but I think as Asian men, we tend to be more humble. Like we don't if we have it, we don't like to show it off. Be bragging or put people down because they're not at our level. But to see them, I think that's cool. I'm happy. Of course, I'm don't really like, oh, this is it. This is our time to shine. I mean, I'm not like that celebratory about it, but I'm glad to see.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm glad to see Asian men, at least getting some attention in the American media. Because American media is colorist, prejudice and kind of racist in a way.
Yeah. Well, y'all been my boo since Tokyo Drift, so.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Right now.
So
20 years ago, when I saw that trailer for Romeo Must Die, and I saw that.
Oh yeah, I was Jet Li was like that's my era. Like is Jet Li was like the first the leading Asian man. And him with Aaliyah and all of that.
Oh my God!
And Romeo Must Die. That's when you kind of pop. But I wanted to ask you a question. I wanted to ask you. So with Asian women dating out with the highest numbers, as far as as far as interracial dating, and I noticed that with that, Asian men still was able to continue to rise forward. Like, why do you think that is? Like, how did that affect Asian men with their women, preferring white men and, having those high numbers of dating out? Like, how is it that we didn't hear voices of Asian men speaking out about it and having a hissy fit and crying all over the internet or whatever it could be, and was still able to continue to move forward and be great?
I really don't see them making a big fuss about it, because a lot of Asian men in large numbers tend to focus on things that occupy their time. Like they would find something that'll make better use of their time, like working, studying hard, or even hobbies like building models, model kits, or music. I mean, I know a large percentage of them, if they do marry, they tend to marry their own kind. Or if they don't get married, they'll, stay single or even go to China.
So basically, to me, it feel like we're two sides of the same coin. Like with black women, all our men are marrying out. Excuse me. With Asian women, all their women are marrying out. Boo, just come over here with us. You know what I'm saying?
So it's kind of like they're like the black women of their culture, where the Asian men kind of already went through this, this discrimination as far as their own group or whatever, choosing outside of them and placing other groups of men another group of men, specifically the white man, above them. But
Yes.
well, I mean, we both rose above. Like if I can understand,
So they
if I
got the same tribal ways, like excuse me, that we
yeah.
have, yeah.
Mhm.
Which I respect. I respect that wholeheartedly. That's awesome. I'm the same way with like Jewish people because I live in I work in Beverly Hills, so I'm around a lot of Jewish
Ooh,
people.
Beverly Hills.
Yeah, huh. So I work around there. Okay, there's a difference.
Uh-huh.
And so I'm
Yeah.
around them a lot, and they're very tribal as well, which I totally respect.
Hmm.
And I wish, and when I look at that, it's like, dang, I wish that our men was like that, where they
Hmm.
put us in these positions where they get mad at us because we want to get these degrees and we want to work. Baby, we have to. Like, I don't want to study all night. Okay.
Yeah. To be honest, I mean,
I don't want to be smarter. So I want to be dumb and cute.
I don't see nothing wrong with that. I don't see nothing wrong
I'm
with that. I mean,
kidding. I don't want to be dumb
yeah.
and cute, but yeah, So I definitely respect that. Like I do. Like not
Mhm.
putting no race over mine because I love being black, but that element
Yes.
of the culture I definitely respect a lot.
Hmm. But also, I was raised by baby boomer parents because I'm a '90s kid, and my dad is more of the grew up in the '60s mentality, say like, oh, back in my day, we had the fathers or husbands went to work and the mother stay home, take care of the house, raise the kids. He's more of an advocate for that instead of like, oh, women getting their degrees. Not that he bash him, he doesn't. He respect that, but he's more like support the old school ways. Because
Yeah.
he's a product of the
For sure.
'60s. It's hard to
I
shake it off.
understand. I feel like that's more like
Yeah.
having to want to do that. I feel like that's more of a white woman's gig than a black woman's gig. We
Hmm.
had to do it because
Yeah,
our
we
men
Yeah.
were
was getting
forced to
locked
be.
up. Our men was getting, leaving. We had to
Yeah.
do it.
They
White
had
women,
to.
they chose and wanted to do that. We had like if I'm still if I didn't pack my stuff up and move and drive out here to California, I would still be at home with my parents waiting for
Hmm.
a man to come get me like it's the 50s. I had
Yeah.
to get out on my own. I didn't
You know
want
what?
to. I
I
had
can
to.
relate.
Yeah, you
I'm
have
also
to.
I'm a California transit. I mean, well, how do you say it? New residents, I guess you say. 'Cause I come from Texas. I live with my parents, grew up with them, and
Yeah, because I know in certain cultures until you're married. Like I know in Africa is really big. I'm not sure about other. If you're not married, you don't move out of your parents' home. You know.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
true. Cause
like
I
we
was
got to
planning to
get out
stay
there.
there.
Yeah,
Like I wanted to
but
stay
yeah,
there just for a while until I had
So
money
would
to
you
buy a
say
house.
that? So would you say that Asian men was kind of like let them hoes go? Basically, like if they want to leave, they can leave, and we ain't tripping.
Huh. Well, I can't say on a large scale how they react, but I guess most of them just because a lot of our nature is we don't really take stuff like that and be so what's the word I'm looking for? Tripped up
Do
about
you
it.
think that they was understanding and basically by white men, universally, like not nationally,
Hmm.
having the presence and the power that they do around the world? Do
Hmm.
you feel like Asian men was kind of like, well, I get it, I see, they pretty much run everything, so I can see why they would
Hmm.
want to go. Do you think that they thought that, like, or y'all just didn't even think about it? It was just like whatever.
Probably the latter part. We didn't think about it.
yeah. Cause we're not no disrespect to us, but other races they don't really be bitching like how we be bitching.
No.
We be bitching. Let's keep it real. We are very loud with our complaints as black people.
Hmm.
Black women and men, we are loud. We gonna speak from our hearts. A lot of
Hmm.
other cultures, they keep it more inside. Cause I have an Asian client, and me and him talk, and we were talking about how you guys won't say anything. And I said, why is that? Why? He said, this is how we're raised. This is how we're built up. And I said, in the Black culture, we say what's on our mind and don't care who feels a certain type of way about it.
That is good. I'm glad you guys have that.
I mean, it should be a balance,
Yeah.
It's we're extreme on one side, y'all extreme on the other, and it needs to be a balance. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that
Like-
what happened with Black people, and the reason why we react the way that we do to interracial marriages and dating, especially when it comes to white and Black, is because of slavery, and it's almost like treason for us, to be like, how dare you? And the judgment comes from that, and that's why for us, especially as African Americans, that the reaction to it is always, even in 2023, when Black people see an interracial couple, which is white and Black, you're gonna see it and you're gonna notice it. Especially for some reason, if it's a Black woman, it's definitely, if it's a Black woman and a white man, it's like the whole time stops when you walk through or whatever. So I think that plays a major part in it. I personally don't have a problem with anybody being happy anywhere they go, whatever they do. I have a problem when you feel like you have to put people down, because to me, your relationship not genuine then. Because if you just did whatever you did, then you did whatever you did. My last Thanksgiving or Christmas, I think it was, the first white person came to our family. Like Thanksgiving, we don't have no interracials in our family, and we had, well, my husband is biracial, but I mean they're still kind of accepted in our community as being Black, or whatever. But my nephew has a white girlfriend, and it was certain things, because we Black, especially as women, that she was off code with, like touching babies and doing little stuff that but we still was like whatever, like it was just like whatever when she came in, but we still noticed her like this or whatever. It was crazy because when my mom passed away, my nephew didn't bring her to the funeral. And he made a joke when me and him was sitting together, and he was like, he looked around the church and he was like, thank God I didn't bring my white girlfriend, because it was all Black people, in the church or whatever. But we didn't like it when he did it. It was still kind of, it was new, because this is generations of Black people that never had white people come as interracial, and then you had this white girl come in as your girlfriend or whatever. As long as she was, not, violating too much, we really didn't care. It's when you start talking crazy that you bring attention to yourself.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. That's how it was when the white lady came into my church that one time. We all were like looking at her, but we made her feel, I should hit her up. She hasn't been at our church since Bishop passed, but we were all like looking at her and, kind of feeling her, feeling the vibe. You know how Black people, we try to feel people's vibe a little bit. So, but she was awesome. I should really hit her up on Facebook, see how she's doing.
That's good.
Yeah, she was really sweet to me. Everybody, she was just awesome. But
some women, that's other cultures that decide to like deal with other men. Sometimes I wonder about them. I be like, how you leave your group of men that's so great in all these areas for like, how do you do that? You know what I'm saying? Like, how are you, like, even like Asian people are very intelligent.
Camo, they're not loud with it like we are. We don't know how great or not great they are because they're not loud like we are. Because you saying, how can you leave a group of men that are so blah blah blah, but at the end of the day, they're not complaining or saying about their men.
Right.
So we don't really know what's under the curtain because we're not in that group.
But some Chinese ladies that grew up in the old era, they because I dated one not too long ago, and she told me that in the old days the Chinese ladies were kind of looked down upon. They were mistreated. They the boys were favored more than the girls, and
yeah, that y'all even killed all the baby girls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
That's how there's more. That's another thing that a black men always say. There's more women out here than men. That ain't true because in Asia they were killing all their baby girls. So actually,
hmm
we're a little bit even, but there's more men on this earth than women because of that.
That's right.
So somebody in the comment section, I think it says Sister Abroad, was saying the sisters in Thailand and Pattaya has a black scent. And I'm gonna
Blacks.
talk about the black scent a little bit. The black scent is not a
Sisters
black scent.
abroad.
The black scent is a poverty accent, meaning
Oh
that groups
wow.
of people who live, majority of people who live in a
The black
poverty
hood.
area have a certain dialect, meaning that when especially if you, and it's kind of sad to say because unfortunately in America a lot of black people live in poverty. You know what I'm saying?
Sisters
So they
abroad.
actually become the face of poverty, but the majority of poverty living people is white people. That's why a lot of times we'll see, like in the military, I saw it a lot. We all wore uniforms, so you don't know where who come from. And then you'll have a white boy and he talk black, especially if they from Florida or something like that. But it wasn't because they wanted to be black, they just was poor. And they grew up in a poor environment. And this is the way they spoke. So when people talk about the black scent, I hate the fact that black people get this everything that's negative. I don't want to say negative or just degenerate. We just get it as like, oh, you acting black. No, they acting poor. They acting poverty. They're
I don't know
acting
about
out
that,
poverty.
Cam. I don't think it's like acting poor because I don't want to say that because those poor people are strong people. Those poor black people made us who we are. You know what I mean? So I feel what you're saying, but me, I get a little because even my boss, he's black and he's a gay black man. He tried to fix the way I say ask. And I got triggered because that's how I talk. You would never tell a Hispanic person to fix their accent, or you would never tell an Asian person not to use hard R's. You wouldn't tell them that. So don't do that to look down on me because I'm black and saying, "Well, I don't want people who would judge you." Well, you shouldn't want those people in your place if they're going to judge me on my accent because I'm from PG County. Yeah, I lived in the suburbs. Yeah, I went to
What
Suitland.
part of PG you from?
Well, I'm from Landover, but I moved to Upper Marlboro. Went to
Oh yeah,
Suitland.
you from there. You pretty much from DC.
Yeah, and I went to Suitland High School, so I was around all the different types of people in PG. So to me, that makes me feel bad because we all have a different dialects, and that makes us who we are. I even get offended when we use the word "mammy" because those female slaves, those women had to survive. And
Yeah.
I respect them wholeheartedly because those are my ancestors. And my mother would technically, our mothers would technically look like those women. And I don't see them as ugly. I don't see them as stupid. I don't see them as ignorant. I see them as beautiful women that had to make it to make me be able to do the things that I'm doing. So I get it. I rather call her a heifer than a mammy because those
Yeah.
So
mammies had to survive.
real quick, sister Rob wanted to clear up what she's saying. She said she was in Thailand 10 years ago, and the women and the people that didn't have a black scent and now they do, and that's very interesting because I spent like I'm a YouTube addict. I'm not gonna lie. Like I watch all of it. I watch the shorts. I watch the animals. I watch the ratchet. I watch all of it. Like I just have a YouTube addiction. And I actually thought about that recently, and I saw it, and I didn't know who to give it to it because everybody is doing the same thing. And in my head I was like, man, like the world is getting very influenced by Black culture when it comes to influencing or whatever. And I see it myself. I know what you're talking about, Sister Broad. I see it in all cultures. And I don't know I think it's the internet because trending is now a thing to trend. And everybody is on the internet. And a lot of things that's Black or like hip hop and certain things like that trend.
It's
And
always been that way. Think of rock
yes,
and roll,
and that's how
country
they make
music.
money. Even influencers that's doing shorts and these little skits that they do where they're you know, mouthing, or what would you call it when they like lip sync or whatever, would be black songs or black like it's a chicken sandwich, like that chicken sandwich girl,
Mm-hmm.
like a chicken salad. It's a chicken salad.
Because
And
we
you'll
know the
see like
blueprint.
everybody doing it or whatever. So I definitely believe that there is a black influence on the world, but I think it's because of the internet.
But you gotta think, but it was been doing that. Think of country music, think of rock and roll. You know what I mean? It's been doing that. And I even had to unsubscribe to some of these white gay males because they would use black women's dialect to make money. Even though I think he's funny, even though I like him, I had to sit back and say, wait a minute, is he laughing with me or is he laughing at me? Because he's trying to use my sisters talking, like the way my sisters talk and how we interact, thinking that shit is funny when we're just talking off the cuff. You know what I mean? Like
Sometimes I feel
Britney
like
and Rock.
a lot of the influence that people, because we don't want to have this discussion, but I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. A lot of the influence that a lot of these women, even black women, are mimicking is homosexual dialect. It's coming from their group of some of the sayings that they say and stuff like that.
Yeah,
It's coming
I do
from black
integrate.
gays and transgender people
But
that cross over into black women in what do you
But a
call it,
lot of those
urban.
black gays have been influenced by their mommies and their aunties. Like on RuPaul's Drag Race, Simone, I love her, but she even in Shea Coulee, they said they were influenced by their black moms. Now, some of I do agree with you, but I think it's more like I always say, a balance on a spectrum. Because the style and the look and the nails, that's black women all day.
Right.
Maybe not the makeup, but but I do agree that we do take some of their words like
Slay.
trade or shade,
Slay.
no tea, no shade,
It's many words that we got from them. I can't think of all of them right now because I've had a little wine. You know, I'm on my razor rage right now. But it's many words that we really got from like the gay community that slipped into into ours, and also it's vice versa where they took a lot of our stuff too, like mother and sis and all this other stuff, or whatever, like girl and all this other stuff, or whatever, and it's slipping into other communities, like other groups of people, white, black, Asian, and it's worldwide. Like I'm telling you, that internet is undefeated. But somebody said it started in the 70s, and I believe it. I always reference the movie Airplane. If you ever get a chance to watch the movie Airplane, there's a scene in the movie Airplane where they was speaking jive, and it was jive.
Oh yeah, I remember Jive.
And they couldn't understand what the two guys was having issues, and with and the air attendant couldn't understand. And this white woman walked up and was like, "I speak jive," and she started speaking it like it was a
Hang
language.
loose blood. Somebody
Yeah,
rebound on the bad side.
But we
blood,
gotta start doing that.
brother,
It is a
and
language.
it was a whole thing or whatever. So I'm not surprised if it started in the 70s.
Yeah.
Or
But
whatever.
let's say, Camo, we gotta stop doing that because we can't look down on black language, saying that like it's a language. It is a language, and you have to be very intelligent to create your own language. To create
Yeah,
your
absolutely.
own.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So I don't. That's why I got
Like the
so offended
Navajo
when my
code
boss did
talkers.
that to me because I'm like, wait a minute, you're not gonna take away my. Like you're so pressed to get someone Persian to speak Farsi, you're not gonna demonize our language. Sorry, I'm gonna say his name. You're not gonna demonize our language because that's that's our language.
You speak Farsi?
No, hell no. I'm just saying that we have a lot since I live in a Jewish Persian community.
Yeah.
We try to find someone for our older patients, and he be trying to learn it and all that stuff. But let me say, ask what like you know how we got problems saying ask. it'll be a problem and they'll judge me as being slow or stupid. No, I'm not slow or stupid. I'm speaking my language.
So one thing about Asian cultures have always had subcultures in their culture, meaning that they also have an emo culture. They also have a Chicano culture as well in Asian culture.
It's in Japan.
Asians, for whatever reason, they have a hip hop culture. They have a gang culture.
Yeah.
Just like in Asia, they have this, thing where they have Chicanos, whereby with the whole plaid and the low riders and the whole thing, they have a whole culture of Chicanos or
But
whatever.
camo, that's actually
Japanese.
in Japan only. Like China,
Yeah,
I don't think they would
Japanese,
do that.
yeah.
Or Philippines.
In
I don't
Japan,
think
they have that.
Yeah,
So
Japan-
I
You
don't
be seeing BMS, they be dancing. I be like, that's Michael Jackson. But y'all do a good job though. Y'all do.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna be like, cause I have to say Asians.
Sisters
y'all
abroad.
hip hop dance, y'all be hitting it though. But
did
then white people, y'all be hitting the moves. So I don't get as offended, but I be looking like that's Michael Jackson all the way through.
It's just amazing to me how Asians
That's James
can.
Brown. Sorry, that's James Brown.
Asians can duplicate. So, like, to me, I never took offense to it because I saw theirs as true appreciation of others' cultures.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Meaning that I'll give you an example. If you ever get a chance after this, I implore you to look up Chicano culture in Japan. And when I say they live Chicano culture, meaning that they don't just dress up and get on the internet, meaning that they live Chicano culture all the way through. If they're in the hip hop culture, meaning that they live it every day, like cult-like, whereas that they really into it so much that they live it, they do it, they become it, or whatever. It's not just like they profiting off of it, whereas that you'll have a person on TikTok that say a few words like sis and do a TikTok dance on the hip hop.
Yeah.
Yeah, period. Period. Nah.
Oh God, I cannot. I want to punch her in her face so bad.
And Debbie said it. I said, Maya, check yourself. We ain't promoting that heifer. Check yourself.
One thing I wanted to
Bad
say.
Baby got through. We gonna only let Bad Baby got through because she was hilarious. But this girl,
I'm sick of her too.
One thing I wanted to say.
But what can I do now? She done made it all the way through to she in a whole nother comment section. Yeah, tax bracket. Where is that? What can we do with her now? Now she can just say and do whatever the fuck she want to do. She be like, fuck black bitches and everything. Like, fuck you who want to be you. She literally said, who wants to be black while wearing wig and baby hairs and lashes.
You weigh 95 pounds, please.
She was literally like, who would ever want to be black?
Who wants to be black?
You want to be black, bitch.
So what can we do? Like, she has the money. Some fights you gotta let go. Like, we already done put, like, black people already got her to where she need to be. So what can we do now? Nothing.
But before Gemini speak, I'm so sorry, Gemini, but I just want to say I love you all very much. I'm about to get ready for bed. I'm gonna still be in the comments. I love you all. Thank you guys for letting me up.
Oh, that's Maya. Hey, Maya.
Yes,
Maya.
I'll see y'all tomorrow in Peso Live. I'm
Okay.
listen.
Take care.
Maya.
Thanks for coming through, Maya.
Have a good night.
Good night.
But yes, it's everywhere. Like they call the next generation Alpha, and they have very high expectations for them that they're gonna be different, from everybody else, and they're gonna be, everything, all the issues we have, racism and all this stuff is gonna go away because they so intertwined together. Where it's like, I watch some videos and don't know who the person is who made the video, black, white, whatever. Like, I just don't. I even see videos where, in the comment section there may be some racist comments, and it's a younger group of people, and the way that they handle it is totally different. It's more comedic to them, or they don't take it as serious as we would. Like, what the hell did you just say? Like, you racist, and like they'll go on with the joke or laugh at it or whatever the case may be.
Yeah,
so
they're very witty. They're very
different. They don't take everything serious the way that we do. And that might be a good thing. It might stop a lot of violence, and stuff like that. They're very different. They're very like my son is 22, and he always tells me, like, why you always upset about everything? Like, I don't understand it. Like, why you get mad at everything? I'm like, what are you talking about? What do you like? I be really upset. Like, did you hear what she just said? He be like, Mom, you need to chill. Like, you tripping. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he very much like, who cares? Like, no one cares. You like, why you care so much about this stuff?
I think they're very witty. I think they're very witty. I think they're very comedic. I think they're very creative. And they call out the BS. Like, they're not about the politics.
Next time.
Yeah, they're not really about the politics. They don't care about it. They speak what's in their mind. And TikTok is a great outlet for them to just say how they feel about things and uncover a lot of the things that the schools haven't covered, that they try to bury and all. And they're just unapologetic. That's what they are. I think Jen Alpha.
So like, I just retired from the military. So I joined the military in the early 2000s. And the military had to change because of them. And the military, when I joined, was very much like, you ask no questions, you just do what you're told, and you should never talk ever until you reach a certain pay rate. Like, nobody wants to hear what you gotta say. Now the new military right now, which is very hard for a lot of people, being as though I had a son that was, growing up in this new generation, it was easier for me to understand, but older military people, especially like people who was, pay grades above me, couldn't understand this. Whereas that the military changed, whereas that they had new rules where it was like, ask questions, this and that, where these young people came in and was like, they asking questions like, why I gotta do this? Why don't you do it this way? And it's where, for me, being a leader, it was frustrating, but I had a little bit more patience and understood it. Whereas that for other higher ranking people, it was just too much for them. And even the United States military adjusted for this new generation because they're different. You can't just tell them this thing and they're gonna say, oh yeah, that's it. No, they question it and they understand it totally different. And they also understand a better and easier way to do it. Like, a lot of stuff that we did, they'd be like, that's dumb. Like, why did you do that? You could have easily did this way. And I'd be like, well, they told me to do it, so I had to do it. And they was like, that's dumb. So like, why would you do it knowing that there was an easier way? And I was like, because I was told to do it. And they just didn't understand that. But the newer generation is just like gonna question everything. They question everything. There's no direct answer. Even with on the Peso Man channel, I noticed that a lot of young men are coming with the Austin situation. They'll say what he did was wrong. Like, so we'll say he was wrong for this, and they'll be like, well, why was he wrong? Because why is he asking these people these questions? But what law did he break? So the whole morality of it to them don't even compute that. Like, morally it was wrong, so it's wrong. They're more like, but legally he did nothing wrong at all. Legally, like, so did he do something legally wrong? You may not like what he did, but legally, did he do something wrong? We don't see it. It's scary and weird at the same time to me. It's like they have no moral compass. It's just like, you need to prove it to them. If it's legal, then they're gonna do it. Very crazy.
Anybody there?
We here, Torch.
Oh,
yeah, I hear DJ.
We here.
Who's the military? Who's the military? Is the military officer here?
The who?
Oh, okay. It's another woman that comes on your channel. She's in the military still, and she probably can tell you a little bit more. It's like, I was fortunate enough to work with very young people for a very long time. I mean, Torch, you did too. To see them like move on and grow, even though it's very frustrating and scary to see where they're heading, in the world or whatever. But they're definitely not us at all. Like, nothing like it.
I don't know. I'm just laughing at this Sisters Abroad channel. Like, where did that come from?
What you laughing at?
Sisters Abroad channel. Just saying weird things. Yeah.
Yeah, what's funny is Brothers Abroad is on the other side on Tam's channel.
Oh,
Oh, so
Tearing
we
shit
have
up.
brothers abroad. We ain't got no sisters abroad. I'm not gonna do it. It's not gonna be a sister because brothers abroad should be real. So brothers abroad is not the real sisters abroad because I thought brothers abroad was the sisters abroad.
Yeah, Brothers Abroad is definitely unless he made another channel. Wait, let's see.
Sisters abroad, you are so lucky to have left before that generation because I'm the one that came in after your generation, and my career in the military was a living hell. Like honestly, like
I was on my way out when they came in.
Oh yeah, they trash. Like I mean, I ain't gonna say. Let me not say that these young men and women is trash. It's just that I went through so much hell. It's kind of hard being in the military because you trained a certain way and you trained that this is the right way, and then a new generation come and they tell you everything that you was trying to do was wrong.
But
and then
a lot
the
of
new
times they're
generation
wrong.
has no work ethic at all.
Yeah.
Like we did everything the hardest way possible without being able to complain, report anybody or doing anything. And these new people can come in and if you say anything wrong to them,
they get censored.
then you're the worst person in the world. And you can lose your job.
How do you think it's going to translate in war though? That's my concern.
Right.
You know, we can't sit here and discuss, you know what I'm saying, battle plans with you when the enemy is getting ready to engage. Like that, you're just supposed to do what you're supposed to do, and that's the problem that I have with it.
Well, what's happening is, what branch of service are you in?
Army.
So I'm in the Navy. So the USS Gerald R. Ford is the new. Well, the Kennedy is the newest that's still in commission, but the newest one was the Ford, which is the most technology and all this other stuff. It's a lesser crew. So what's happening is technology is supposed to take over, and the new generation is a technology generation. Whereas that all of that training that we did and all of that discipline that we had to have is not really relevant anymore from what they believe because the technology is going to be there to take over, if you can understand what I'm saying. Meaning that we're only going to need people to operate the equipment, you know what I'm saying? Because technology is going to do the job of the crew.
Unless you need ground troops, unless you need someone to go out. Yeah, and that's the only problem that I have. But most of the time, I was working with. Well, actually, we were in college together. It was he was in. He's actually in Signal Corps, but we were talking about. I was asking him why is it that people that seem like they aren't that intelligent go into the combat MOSs, and he was like, well, think about it. You can't tell somebody who's highly intelligent just to do something and they go do it. No. I was like, oh yeah.
The only difference was that I was highly intelligent, and the difference with me was that even though they told me what to do, I said yes, but I did it my way.
No,
I don't mean
like that. I mean like the people, like the ones that are on the.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
their generation is totally different. First of all, like with us, they scared us to death. Like
they did me too.
Scared.
Yeah, they did us too.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like you were scared to death to ask any. I remember I came in as a E1. So I was the lowest of the low, and you couldn't talk at all. Like there was no talking, don't ask shit, nothing. You didn't talk to nobody. But you know what I'm saying? I was smart enough that, I was like, yeah, this shit that they telling me to do is dumb. And I'm just gonna say yes and just do it my own way.
Exactly. Well, that was yep. You just
but their group is like gonna tell you in your face that they're dumb. Do you know how I felt of being in the military that long? To gaining certain right, to have certain privilege, to have some stupid dumb kid to come in and tell me in my face that that's dumb.
Right.
I wanted to kick like I could have melted like right there. Like the discipline I had to have not to hurt this person. Because for us, making rank was all you wanted because you got tired of people telling you what to do. And then all of a sudden a new group of people come in and it's like, that shit
your rank
is dumb.
doesn't mean anything. Yeah, your rank
Or
doesn't
they'll
mean
tell
anything.
you, I'm not doing that. What?
Well, I didn't have to experience that because
Oh
by the
yeah,
time,
I've had it before where I'd be like, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, I went to the other side. I got my direct commission, and then I was in a different court.
Yeah, because you know
by
all I
that
had to
time.
do with it anymore. All you can do is tell us what leaders what to do and be like, look, we need to get this, and that done. And that's it. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever. They just sign off or whatever. You was more of the other, more of the, what is it called? The accountable person.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You wasn't a responsible person. So it was, for me, it was like, I never got in trouble, but I definitely I would be like, I don't give a fuck who you tell. Go get your mother. Like, I don't give a fuck.
But they will challenge you because I had that in my career before I switched over, like that new generation. Because I was working with veterans at Veteran Affairs, and you had this group of kids that don't know anything about the military, and that's what one thing people were talking about what Obama did. Obama put a lot of jobs out there, millions of jobs for veterans, and so we had an influx of veterans to come in and start working. And you had these college kids that were saying, well, it's the new hires that's making things bad. And I was like, are you insane? These people have spent a career. You can't tell me these people have spent 20 years in service as leaders and they don't know how to follow instructions. It was the training that was the problem, not the people, but it was these young kids that were saying stuff. And it's like, you've never even served. You don't even know what serving is. To be talking
Well,
about
when you spend 20 years, because by the time of my, I spent 20 years in service. So by 16 years, I was, in a position where I just told people what to do. And didn't really have, and I had other people, I could just like, my superiors would tell me what to do, and I'll tell somebody else what to do, and they'll report back. So, by the time you get out, you really don't know what to do anymore because
no. But what I'm saying was the younger ones were making it seem as though these older people that are retired weren't capable of learning. They weren't capable of being trained, and it was all their fault that they weren't getting the information. And it wasn't that. I had been there a long time. It wasn't that. It was the training itself. They were setting people up for failure. So you can't tell me that these people who have led people all these years aren't capable of following simple instructions or understanding, especially when a lot of them had degrees themselves. So,
well, to me, I feel like military trainings. Well, the military works off of what that lessons learned.
Master oriented. Yeah,
I can't stand it. It's kind of like lessons learned, and everything was fucked up. Somebody done died. People all kind, and then at the end of it, the mission, they be like, "Well, what do we learn from this or whatever?" it's you know what I'm saying. It's case by case basis. It's like we're gonna fuck up everything, and then the next time it's gonna be better because we're gonna learn from the fuck up. That's how the military. When I was very young and questioned things to like my mentors in the military, one of my master chiefs or whatever was like, the military is based off of organized chaos, and that's really what it is. Really, I mean,
that's a common term. And hurry up and wait.
To hurry up and wait. So it's like you just hope for the best that all these people that you're in control over, which is between 18 and 24, do what you say. Because if they decide to not do what you say, everything can go to shit really quick. They can definitely form a coup on you. You know what I'm saying? So you kind of just hope for the best. It's like, look, here's the instructions of what they said, and hopefully it turns out great. You know what I'm saying? That's how it works. And when we fail or not fail, or which we we're the greatest military in the world, which we don't fail, but we do make a lot of mistakes. We just take those mistakes and call it the lessons learned. Like, okay, what did we learn from the last ones? Okay, we're gonna fix those, but then we're gonna keep making more mistakes and then learn from that, and that's how it goes.
Right.
I'm not gonna be honest with you. I honestly enjoyed working with my junior people more than I like my senior people. I had a very good relationship with junior people Maybe because I have a son that was like around their age, so I just knew like one thing that I saw in them was that if you was a lazy leader, they saw it and they had no respect for you. So what I always did was I worked beside them, and I had a good relationship with them because of that.
Yeah.
But if you was lazy, they was going to be shit. They like basically it was kind of like if you don't treat them well, they're going to make your life a living hell.
Right. It's a big difference when you work beside them as opposed to just giving them directives.
Right. I love my junior people. The ones that I had a problem with was the older generations that was just stuck in their ways, and they just didn't. It was like some stuff. It was like, although you don't like it and agree with it, we get paid. Like you can't just be stuck in your ways. Like when "Don't Ask, Don't Tell" was repealed, and it's just like, bro, like come on, like God, y'all get paid. Like seriously. You don't have to like it, but don't fuck with people just because you just don't like something or because you went. We was treated like shit. I understand that. We was. But the military changed and they don't know that life that we live. They don't know it.
Right.
Like what are we gonna do? You can't be mad at them because they had it easier. Because in reality, the reason why they have it easier is because we complain about the issues. Exactly. It's because of us. We was the reasons why that they have an easier life and things change because we complained about the problems.
But you have those and they refuse to change and they refuse to do anything different. And so it's up to the juniors to work with the new ones.
Right. And when you enlisted as senior leadership as enlisted, therefore you have two problems. You have the junior people that's new, and then now I gotta learn how to get along with them and understand them. And I also gotta be able to work with the leaders because in our world that it's one way or the highway. It's no you can have all these rules and equal opportunity and all, that shit is shit. It's not. Like they can ruin your career very quickly. So you got both of them the senior people and the junior people. So when you're in middle management, you gotta please everybody. It's like you gotta be a politician or a hustler or something. It's like you gotta feed everybody's ego. The officer is just the officer. Like it's just kind of like, of course you junior officers have their they have their own training come in, but when you're enlisted,
it's completely different because I was enlisted first, and then I got my direct commission. So it's a completely different aspect of leadership. Completely different.
The only reason why I didn't go into a commission program because I did get my degree in the military in the Navy is because I couldn't see myself going back for us as a seaman, which is like an E1 and E3. And I felt like I saw how junior officers was treated by senior officers. And I just couldn't see it happen. And I was like, I understand I'll get paid more money. And yes, to enlisted people, I am above them. But I couldn't see myself being treated junior again to senior officers. I just wasn't going to do that.
It's different in the medical corps. So it's completely different in the medical corps. It's almost like civilian life in the medical corps.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a difference between being enlisted and being junior enlisted or NCO in the medical corps as opposed to being an officer in the medical corps. Completely different.
Yeah. One thing I can say about the medical people, even in the Navy, like I don't know how it is with the Army, but in the Navy, medical people I don't know if you've ever worked joint services where you work with all of the different branches and you still have different branches run, but the Navy is not the Army and the Marines. Like it's compared to y'all, it's a lot more relaxed or whatever. But in the Navy, medical people are very strict. It's a different world. It's totally different from us as sailors. They're sailors, but I think because a lot of them go out in the field with Marines, because Navy corpsmen, that's what they call them in the Navy, corpsmen. which is the medical people, like, or whatever. They go out with Marines in a field or whatever. I don't know, because, you know, as sailors, we went out ship, you know, it's different. It's not what y'all go through at all. Like, we have basketball courts on Sunday. We eat lobster and steak.
Right.
And it's just different on a ship. You know, we have a whole different world. The last deployment that I went on, we had a period of time, because I deployed during COVID. Like, the whole time the world went through COVID, I never went through it because I was deployed. But we also couldn't leave the ship, so they had like these days where, like, you're gonna think this is crazy, but we literally can wear our hair down. And when I say we can wear our hair down, I mean that even if you was a girl that had hair past her butt or to the middle of your back, we was able to wear our hair down while we was deployed. Now, mind you, gotta remember, we're in the middle of the ocean. We're not on the ground or whatever. So of course we're in our own ship, but that's how relaxed the Navy is. But the corpsman is something I probably couldn't, that I wasn't suited for it. Like, I just wasn't. I wasn't that person. Like, the medical group, I'm not that.
Yeah, it was much more relaxed. I mean, and part of my duty was in the operating room. And so that is just like completely different. You're completely separated. You don't even deal with a lot of the things that everybody else is dealing with. So my enlisted from my officer was two separate, completely different worlds. But I remember enlisted, when I first enlisted, going to basic, it was like from then until you became an NCO, you was like not able to say a whole lot of something. You know, you basically just did whatever you were told. And it was just easier that way. But you knew a lot of the stuff, you knew it was temporary. Some of the stuff you knew was temporary. So it wasn't a big deal, especially going through training. Camo dropped.
Yeah, she got.
Yeah, she drops from time to time, just in case. You know, I think she she handles stuff at the house.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and well, I might as well.
It might be a perfect time. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So to close out, don't believe the things that they say. And like I said before, be careful of how they, be careful of what you plan, be careful of what you're watching, and see if there's signs of any manipulation tactics that they use. As I mentioned before, the color psychology, the fonts, the bright colors, the set design, and what have you. So just because they say that they're about femininity, they may not. They're just using it as a mask, and then they just do a bait and switch on you. So just be wary of that. Not all sisterhood channels are actually about women empowerment. So just be aware of that before you decide to help a sister out, or give them a view, or click a like and a subscribe, and things of that nature. So that's all.
Excellent boy knowledge.
All right, thank you. Have a good night.
Okay, you too. Sleep well.
Okay, bye.
What's your next live covering?
There's one tomorrow for, believe it or not, for relationships and marriage. What was that? That I think May is going to come through on that one. Also, I want to check and see if you were interested in being a, what do they call it on here? On
moderator.
Keeping
your channel open while you're doing whatever you're doing.
Yeah.
When you're in the live, we can talk.
Got it. Okay, everybody. I'm going to end the live right about now because it's late. Tam is still open for business. Good luck over there. The fellas are going at it. It was funny because I was watching my room. I said, you know something? this is a clear example on how women are more mature than men. They're all screaming and yelling over there, and everybody's over here, waiting for the next one to finish their sentence and then talking.
And
So,
even if we do, we calm down and it's kumbaya after that. We
right.
don't go away mad.
Yeah, because she had a good room going, and then they started having a fight, and then it went down. But it should be good. Everybody, let me give you Tam's copy, paste Tam's. There we go. That's Tam's link. Thank you for coming through. Even you ghost watchers, you can go watch over there. Different programming, more men, whatever. We are done. Okay, I'm going to end the broadcast, but stay in.
Okay.